and complete cohesion looks like in righteousness. And so we ask that your spirit be upon us today, and we ask these things in the holy name of our Lord and Savior, of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Members of today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Cassandra Davis. She is a social coordinator for the state of Alabama and Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Hulk Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, Stahagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Witt, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
"60 members have answered roll. A quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. Representative Morris, you're recognized for a special recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I just want to say to everyone that today is Blue and White Day on the Hill. It's Zeta and Sigma Day, and I just want to tell everybody thank you for their support.
Representative Tillman, you're recognized for special recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just really want to kind of echo what Representative Morris said. It's Blue and White Day in the State House, and I love to see all of this blue and white here today. But I also want to allow, with the Speaker permission, allow Brother Hogan, who just did the prayer, to say a few words, as well as Sarah Davis.
Brother Hogan, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thanks for having us here for the Blue and White Day on behalf of our Phi Beta Sigma State President, Brother Abram Evans, Jr. I'm a recently retired 27-year veteran of the United States Air Force, and on behalf of Phi Beta Sigma fraternity, it is an absolute blessing and an honor to be here for these proceedings today. So again, thank you all.
Thank you for being with us today.
Again, I would like to say thank you as well on behalf of our International Grand Ambassadors, Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant, as well as our regional director, Sora Kenya Washington, and our state director, Dr. Sowan Crenshaw. We'd like to say thank you, and we appreciate you guys having us here.
Thank y'all for being with us today. Let's give them a big hand. Also, we have us in the gallery the National Coalition of 100 Black Women, and they're the guests are Representative Rex Reynolds and Laura Hall. Let's give them a big hand for being with us. Thank y'all for being with us today. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objection, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 21st legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 21st legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Speaker Pro Tem Pringle, for purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, remember today is Aaliyah Day in room 206 until 2 p.m., so you've got about 52 minutes. Today, as you know, is Zeta Sigma Day here at the State House. Members, please remember to file your statement of economic interest by Tuesday, April the 30th. That's 2 weeks from today. File your statement of economic interest. Tomorrow, Wednesday, April the 17th, Rural Caucus Breakfast, 7:30 at the RSA Plaza. The Arc of Alabama and Vocational Rehabilitation Services Ability Day will be held tomorrow from 10:30 to 11:30 on the front lawn. The Alabama Power and Power South Energy Cooperative reception will be tomorrow from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Montgomery Whitewater. The Alabama Forestry Commission legislative reception will be from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Governor's Mansion. Thursday, ALCAP Weekly Prayer Breakfast will be from 7 to 8 in the RSA Plaza. And Kappa Day will be Thursday, April the 18th here in the State House. Wear red and white. Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open for the clerk to complete his paperwork, and that we reconvene on Thursday, April the 18th at 9 a.m. Thursday.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion prevails. Clerk now receive reports. Standing committees receive those reports throughout the day. The House now in position to introduce bills and resolutions. The House now receive the resolution report from the Committee on Rules. Clerk will read the resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution number 45 by Senator Wagner, commending the Alabama Writers Forum for literacy or literary contributions to the state of Alabama and promoting the works of past and contemporary Alabama authors and poets.
I move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The resolution is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 173 by Representative Hall, recognizing the last Tuesday of each April as APOL1, Mediated Kidney Disease Awareness Day in Alabama.
Move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 177 by Representative Travis, recognizing April 23rd, 2024 as Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated Day in Alabama.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Resolution number 174 by Representative Keel, proclaiming the month of April as National Donate Life Month.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call the next resolution. Clerk will call the first uncontested local bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 384 by Representative Bolton relating to Tuscaloosa County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 61 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 384. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 18 ayes, 0 nays. HB 384 has passed. Clerk call the next bill.
On page 62 of the calendar, House Bill number 427 by Representative Estes relating to Lamar County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 57 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 427. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 11 ayes, 0 nays. HB 427 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 62 of the calendar, House Bill number 428 by Representative Ream relating to Henry County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 54 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Clerk unlock the machine. Final passage of 428. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays. HB 428 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 63 of the calendar, House Bill number 429 by Representative Yarborough relating to Lawrence County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 50 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 429. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 6 ayes, 0 nays. HB 429 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 62 of the calendar, House Bill number 430 by Representative Lee relating to Houston County.
Clerk will unlock the machine. Record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 53 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 430. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays. HB 430 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 62 of the calendar, House Bill number 431 by Representative Ream relating to Houston County.
Clerk unlock the machine. Record the votes. Clerk lock the machine. Record the votes. 53 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 431. Clerk unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 431 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 306, a constitutional amendment by Representative Gibbons relating to Baldwin County.
Clerk unlock the machine. Record the votes. Clerk lock the machine. Record the votes. 69 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is passage of HB 306. Clerk unlock the machine and the members vote. This is a constitutional amendment requiring 63 votes for passage. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
This bill does, since it's a constitutional amendment.
Good afternoon. This is a constitutional amendment, excuse me, my voice is kind of messed up, but it's for Stapleton, a community in Baldwin County between Bay Minette and Loxley, and it's for a landmark district. They just want the recognition of a landmark
Okay.
district.
Okay.
We have several of those in Baldwin County.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair thanks the lady. Question now is a resolution for local application requiring 63 votes. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 72 ayes, 0 nays. HB 306 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 40 of the calendar, House Bill number 311, a constitutional amendment by Representative Easterbrook relating to Choctaw County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BLR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 70 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question for the body is passage of HB 311. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. This is a constitutional amendment requiring 63 votes. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 66 ayes, 0 nays. HB 311 is passed. Question for the body now is local application. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 60 ayes, 0 nays. HB 311 has passed. I'd also like to welcome Dr. Eckelmans from the University of Montevallo as a guest of Corey Ellis. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Also, we have Dr. Pierce, the Baldwin County Coroner. Let's give him a big hand. The guest of Given, Simpson, Fiddler, Holbrook, and Stringer. Easterbrook. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 197 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Chairman Lovern.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Chair recognizes the gentleman for Lauderdale, Representative Harrison, for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have up in the gallery a robotics team that won, that were champions, national champions. The team that they beat, the number 2 team, was a high school that had 6,000 members in it. But they won the national, and it's Creekside Academy, their robotics team. I have a resolution, and the clerk will read the resolution.
Ms. Clerk, read the resolution.
Whereas, highest congratulations are hereby proudly presented to the Creekside Academy Homeschool Cooperative Robotics Team on winning the 2023 Best Robotics National Championship. And whereas Creekside Technology the robotics team of Creekside Academy Homeschool Cooperative joined an elite percentage of the world by winning the 2023 National Best Robotics Championship. And whereas Creekside Academy is a homeschool cooperative made up of 36 families from Lauderdale and Colbert counties in northwest Alabama. Of the 55 eligible students, 27 students in grades 6 through 12 form the robotics team. Of those 27, 17 are high school students and 10 are middle school students. When it comes to competition, 14 of the students focus on marketing and 13 of the students focus on engineering. Whereas the dedicated members of the 2023 Best Robotics National Championship team, Creekside Technology, are Christian Alexander, Mark Angel, Kaylin Angel, Rhodes Berryman, Saida Lee Berryman, Avery Clark, Zoe Clark, Conley Ford, Oakley Ford, Aslan Gilchrist, Lily Gilchrist, Hayden Hanna, Micah Hanna, Mia Henson, Ben Jeffries, Faith Letson, Natalie Letson, Abby Pearson, Briley Miller, Piper Moore, Chase Roser, Ashley Shaley, Katie Sherrill, Isabella Sherrill, Sarah Wilcoxon, Amelia Woody, and Jane Woody. And whereas the honored and esteemed coaches are Danny and Carol Shaley and Colin Shaley, who is an Academy graduate and team mentor. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that robotics team Creekside Technology is highly honored and commended on being named the 2023 Best Robotics National Champions, and we hereby dedicate this resolution to the team members and coaches from Creekside Academy Homeschool Cooperative in warmest admiration, along with best wishes for continued success in all future endeavors.
Y'all stand up.
Y'all stand up. Everybody give them a big hand. Thank y'all for being with us. Congratulations on the job well done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Also, we have with us today in the gallery Councilman LaToya Tate, the city of Birmingham. Let's give her a big hand for being with us. Guests of Givens, Moore, Hollis, Sellers, Tillman, and Hendricks. Thank y'all for being with us today. Ms. Clerk, let's call this first bill on special order calendar.
On page 37 of the calendar, House Bill number 147 with substitute by Representative Garrett relating to a supplemental appropriation.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. First bill up is we're about to do our budget package for 2025, and the first bill up is the Advancement in Technology Appropriation. This is the fund that will be available for a variety of services for K up through the higher ed institutions. The governor had recommended $700 million. I will offer a committee sub that will take that number to $1 billion. But at this point, I would like to ask the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Representative Garrett, you do such an excellent job.
Thank you.
You've done an excellent job. I think the Speaker made an excellent choice in picking you as the Education Trust Fund chairperson. When he gets it right, I let him know, and when he gets it wrong, I let him know. And he got it right with you. He didn't kill me.
Thank you very much.
But help me, I'm just trying to get clarity on one thing. How are we going from the 700 million to the billion, and why?
So the Advancement and Technology Fund is part of the calculation that when we have receipts and we don't spend to those receipts, there's a waterfall as to where that money goes that we didn't spend. Some goes to budget stabilization, goes to Advancement and Technology, some goes to Education Savings Account, and then some is available for supplemental appropriation. This particular amount in the A&T Fund, Investment Technology Fund, is $1.75 billion. Last year, you'll recall, we had a $2.8 billion supplemental. We didn't release any A&T money last year.
Okay, I got you.
I say, so this year, the governor released $700 million of that $1.75 billion. We're increasing that in the sub to $1 billion.
It is so noisy in this building, this room right now. Mr. Speaker, please. Y'all wonder why when your constituents ask you a question, y'all don't know the answer, because nobody ever listens in this room. It is so noisy. Jesus, Lord. So
we'll be spending $1 billion in the sub of the $1.75 billion that we have available to spend.
Okay, I got you. So you're going to be making the recommendation from the 700 plus million to the almost nearly, $8 billion.
It's
and
actually
those funds will come
from 700 million to $1 billion. We'll actually increase that A&T amount by $300 million in the substitute.
By how many million?
300 million.
300. Okay, so it was from 700 million to adding the 300 million to get to the billion.
Right.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get, because when you said that as you were giving your monologue, I was saying, wait a minute. Okay, I got what you're doing. Okay. Now, I know I mentioned to you, and I know we're going to delve further into that, just as we're beginning to look at how you're curating this budget this year. And I asked you this, and for me, when I come here, mine is for public consumption, for my people that may be listening back home. I know tomorrow I'm bringing to your committee the repeal of the
stress loan.
The stress loan program, and that's gonna, I don't want to use the term lightly or loosely, free up the 30 million. Will it be your intent with whatever the resolution, the amendment that comes today? Are you bringing that amendment today or later?
I'm not. Some of the members.
Or somebody will bring it.
Yeah, we'll bring an amendment. That'll be today.
That will be today. Okay.
So the way it's worded, that 30 million you referred to is conditional upon the repeal of that
legislation. Okay, that's the language that I was trying to get to, since we had not yet gone through the formal process of repealing it. Would it be based upon a contingency or based upon the final of the ETF? But I want to begin the accolades. I commend you. I know it's not an easy job. I follow you on social media, so I can live vicariously through you. I just waved at your wife, who I love up there, and she just did me a little wave like that. So, I had to go ahead and put her on blast, because I just think the world of her, and she was like... So, yeah. But anyway, great job. Thank you for all that you do. I just wanted to get the clarity.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. While she's making her way down here, I'd also like to recognize a member of Parliament from Kakistan. Make sure I get that right. We certainly are proud to have you with us today. Let's give her a big hand for being with us. The guest of Shaw and Hulsey.
No, there's a big one. I have written on
it. He got you.
I saw Ms. Hall standing there. Maybe our names sound alike. Oh, that's okay. Whomever, thank you, Mr. Speaker, the Education Trust Fund chair has been over the years, have done a remarkable job with the monies that we have to expend. I just have a question, because I'm a proud graduate of Tuskegee Institute before it became a university. And I just ask, I know that historically Tuskegee was a state-started school. And I just question when and how do we ever increase our appropriations?
So that's a good question. That's something we should discuss. I will tell you in the supplemental that we're proposing, we've added some additional money for Tuskegee directly. $5 million is what we've added for this year.
Okay. Just because I know that with a lot of people think that we were started as a private school, but we were never started as a private school when Mr. Foster, Dr. Washington, and the state came together to organize Tuskegee. The state didn't have the total funding that it did for all the other schools that was already started. So it's an agreement that the state will, give us what they could. But at the same time, we don't want them to purposely give us less for the work that we do at Tuskegee that's internationally known and the benefits that we bring to the state for years and years of scientific research and other work that has been and is still being done at Tuskegee. So I just appreciate that increase that you get. And it's not many people in the chamber we come to all the time and give accolades, but it's just remarkable just to keep the education in Alabama competitive with other states, that you and past chairmen have done such a good job. At least every year we're doing more and more to help our children and adults in the state of Alabama. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the lady. The question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote, 100 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. The question for the body now is final passage of HB 147.
Excuse me, I think we have to adopt the sub, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I got you. Mr. Chairman, you care to explain the committee sub?
Yeah, so the committee sub basically just increases the appropriation the governor had recommended for $700 million, to $1 billion.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Move for final passage.
Ask questions. Final passage of HB 147. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes, 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 147 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 37 of the calendar, House Bill number 144 with substitute by Representative Garrett relating to a supplemental appropriation.
Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The governor recommended a supplemental appropriation of $651,202,906. We have basically in our sub that will be coming up, we have reallocated some of that money. About $360 million of it we did not touch. About $260 million we made some modifications, and then we added some projects. So that will be in the substitute, but basically we're spending the same amount of money. So I ask for the BIR.
The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
The 360 million, and then was for what? And then what were the 260 modifications for?
So the governor had $651 million in the supplemental.
Right.
And $360 million of that we just carried over into what we're recommending today. The other $260 million we either changed and we added some additional projects to that to get to the 651 million. So the 651 million, 360 million we treat exactly like the governor's budget, and the remainder we've made some changes.
And can you just give me some examples of what that's like?
I'll be glad to do that now or when the sub is in. But for example,
I'll wait till sub. All right, thank you. He's going to
Chair thanks the lady.
Yeah, I plan to go line by line, so.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell. I'd like to recognize also a former member, Steve Flowers, in the gallery. Let's give Steve a big hand for being here with us today. Always good to have him drop by. Thank you, Steve. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, we now have a committee substitute, but I would like to explain. There's a sheet that I think each of you have that explains line by line what the changes we made. And if I would like to just go down this sheet so everybody understands what we did different than the budget. Again, we spent $651 million. The changes we made, we reduced the governor's recommendation for the Department of Finance Insurance Fund by $4 million. We allocated $109 million to the Department of Education for the local boards, $13,839,874 to the math initiative, $20 million for fleet renewal, $10 million for career and tech O&M, $25 million for core adoption textbooks, $22 million to adjust the CERT nurse salary matrix. We had $8.1 million for an unanticipated foundation shortfalls. There were a couple of districts that had miscalculations, and we trued that up. $2 million to fund anticipated new charter schools, and then other expenses for for O&M that could include also funding for additional assistant principals of $7.7 million. We did reduce the governor's proposal for school safety earmark of $100 million and our earmark for $35 million for computer device grant program. That $135 million, we reduced it in the supplemental and have reallocated that money. But keep in mind, we just increased the A&T by $300 million, so we more than covered these needs in the A&T budget. We provided $15 million for summer reading camps, $17 million for career and college readiness grants, $4 million to Teacher Liability Trust Fund, $2.5 million to Ed Farm, $7 million for a capital program for charter schools, $2 million for a plasma games curriculum. We added $5 million for funds to provide for help for struggling readers beyond the third grade. $9.6 million for American Village Capital Projects, $700,000 for the Woolley Institute in North Alabama, a new facility, $500 million for Small Magic School Readiness Program, which is formerly the Birmingham Talks Program, $500,000 for that, $500,000 for the ALET textbook pilot program. This is a pilot program that will assess the usage of systems and the programs they're using to make sure that we're safeguarding ourselves from cyber attacks, from phishing attacks, and also to make sure that there's a cost efficiency. That's a pilot program through ALET. $2.5 million for the Talent Triad, $5 million for a biotech workforce center in Birmingham. We are pre-funding the CHOOSE Act. In other words, the $100 million that we're spending on school choice we passed earlier, $50 million of that funding will come in this year's supplemental, the next $50 million in next year's supplemental, so that we have that $100 million when we start the program 2 years down the road. We are putting $20 million in for the School of Healthcare Sciences in Demopolis. This has been one of the governor's priorities. She requested $30 million. Through some discussions, we have taken this number down to $20 million in the supplemental. This is a one-time expense. Our intention is going forward that we would fund this program similarly to as we have the other specialty schools. I understand there's an amendment that will be coming to clarify language. What the language will do would be say that within a 10-year period, if this operation of this facility is not successful, then that would revert to the community college system so we can use that for healthcare training in the rural areas of the state. But that's a $20 million one-time expense. We're $1.1 million for the Alabama Supercomputer Authority for Generation Firewalls, $964,000 for the Alabama Institute for the Deaf and Blind. And then we have $2 million for the Marine Environmental Sciences Consortium, which is the Sea Lab. Then we increased the Alabama A&M appropriation by $2 million, increased the University of Alabama appropriation, $5 million for Tuscaloosa, $5 million for Birmingham, $3 million for UAH. We also increased the appropriation for Athens State by $1 million, increased the appropriation for Auburn by $8.175 million. $3 million of that would go to the McCrary Institute Cybersecurity Program. $1 million increase for Auburn University of Montgomery. $1.5 million increase for Jacksonville State. $1.5 million increase for University of Montevallo. $2 million increase for North Alabama, University of North Alabama. $2.5 million increase for the University of South Alabama, $500,000 of which is for a marine lab. $2 million increase for Troy University. $1.25 million increase for University of West Alabama, including $250,000 for a biodiversity center. The governor, again, had put $5 million in for Tuskegee. We maintain that appropriation. We increased the community college group, primarily $5.5 million for deferred maintenance, $800,000 for a Mobile Area Education Foundation program through Bishop State, $13 million for the Alabama Centers for Rural Healthcare Opportunities Act to provide healthcare activities, $3 million of which is we in North Alabama. And then $40 million for a capital fund the chancellor will be able to use to cover a capital project request among the community college system under a grant program. We've established a $1.5 million increase to the Council on Arts to provide for grants for small nonprofit arts organizations who might have capital and facility needs. $2.2 million increase to the Department of Public Health for the Medical Education Consortium in South Alabama. $250,000 for Landmark Park in Dothan. $20 million for another K through 12 capital grant fund to be administered by the Lieutenant Governor. This was a program we had instituted last year, and we're doing $20 million of that this year. There is a conditional appropriation here that repeal of the Distress Loan Act that Representative Givan referred to, that if that act were repealed, that money would go to this Lieutenant Governor's grant fund, increasing it from $20 million to $50 million. I understand there may be an amendment to redirect that to other uses, but at this point, there's a conditional appropriation for that money. We're increasing $5 million for HBCU deferred maintenance, $2.5 million for the Veterinary Teaching Hospital in Birmingham, $270,000 increase for Brightest and Best program, $4.5 million for Reengage Alabama, a program to reengage into the workforce individuals who have some college and to try to bring them back into the training fold. We're putting up $500,000, which is 1/2 of the amount requested to keep the SEC baseball tournament in Hoover. General Fund will pick up the other half. $75,000 Jesse Owens Memorial, $75,000 for the health. Essence done was take the $135 million that was earmarked for safety and devices, free that up to allocate to other projects, which reflect many wishes of the members of this body. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the explanation of sub. Move for adoption.
Okay, I've got 2 or 3 lights on. Y'all want to speak on the sub or the bill? On sub, okay. On sub, Ms. Moore. Sub. Okay. Chair recognizes a lady from Madison, Representative Hall. While she's making her down here, I got a couple of announcements. The Coroner Association is in the gallery today. Let's give them a big hand. Jeff Chon from Morgan County is the guest of Parker Moore, Terry Collins, Scott Stathagen, and Ernie Yarborough. Also, Tallapoosa County educators. Let's give them a big hand. They are the guest of Representative Ed Oliver.
Thank you. I want to say to you, Mr. Garrett, how much I appreciate the work that you've done and your openness about having an opportunity to come and express what your thoughts are, my thoughts were, and how you were receptive. Even though I know it may not go the way I wanted, I do appreciate the manner in which you received and responded to what I had to say.
Well, thank you
So
very much. You're a pleasure to serve with and work with.
So tell me the safety program that you talked about, the monies were allocated to other places. Did I read that we allocated money last time for safety, but no one knew that the monies were allocated for schools? Did I get that wrong?
Well, I think, again, I want to make the point that we're not de-emphasizing school safety. That's a very important issue.
Yes, sir.
The governor had chosen to earmark $100 million, and in fact, in her State of the State mentioned that earmark for school safety in the supplemental. There's also $35 million that she allocated for devices. What we did by increasing the advancement technology appropriation from $700 million to $1 billion, while we reduced those earmarks to 135, we gave $300 million back to the schools. That money can be used for the for those issues for devices and for school safety. What happens when you earmark the money? There were some systems that really need that money for school safety. Some systems are in pretty good shape, but if you earmark it, then they have to spend it specifically on something where they may have another need. So this was an idea of basically making sure that schools had the money. It would be coming from A&T funds, though, as opposed to this special earmark.
Sure. All right. Thank you. And I know safety is important. So let me talk a little bit about the other part, since that comes under this particular bill. You are aware of the children feeding program, summer program, that has been called the summer EBT. And so it appeared that there's been discussions, but not discussion to the point where I think it should be. So I remember I said, I think it should be. But I think when we think of that, the summer program, and think about children, I think that not providing resources for those young people is critical. Now, I know that you've been receptive to the conversation. I know that we have not come up with what I think would be an appropriate response to the amount of funds that are needed, and that I think it's also important when we think of the children, and how we are spending money. So what I've done, I've brought an amendment, and that amendment is to that I heard you talking about the $30 million for the school.
Right.
That was initially thought of for Southern as well as repair and deferred maintenance. I'd like to propose the amendment that we would take at least 20, I will give you a copy. And what this amendment...
Hey, Ms. Hall, wait just a second. We hadn't adopted this sub yet. Before you can add an amendment, we'll have to adopt the sub.
Pardon me? I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, that's fine.
So, all right.
Well, can I speak to your that issue you brought
Wait
up?
just a minute. Wait a minute. Let's move to adopt this sub first, then they can add the amendment. Ms. Moore, you okay with adopting the sub? Okay. Napoleon, you okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, let's adopt the sub, then we can look at the amendment, Danny, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, come on up now. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy, speaking on the sub.
I'm going to have to get a copy. Okay. Get you a copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Sorry I didn't get a chance to talk to you, but I would like to have talked to you about this before now. I was trying to get some understanding about it, and I couldn't really quite get it. So I guess we're here.
Okay.
As I look through the sub, I noticed that I see what the governor recommended, and then I see the ETF sub from Ways and Means. And I noticed that as I kind of go through, I see where we're able to plus up additional $2 million for Alabama A&M. We had additional $1 million for Athens State. Additional $8.175 million for Auburn. Additional million for Auburn Montgomery. Jacksonville State additional 1.5. Montevallo additional 1.5. University of North Alabama additional 2 million. USA additional 2.5. Troy 2 million. University of West Alabama 1.5. I was just wondering, how do we come up with the formula to add the increases? Because Alabama State didn't get any increase when it came to that. And I'm just kind of wondering, because I noticed just about everybody else did when it came to that, but ASU didn't. How do we come up with that?
So there's really no formula. It's really discretionary, and it's based upon a lot of information. If I get look at a lot of granular details about how much money they're getting per student and just various things like that. We're also considering what we've done in the past. So in recent years, like lately, I know last year we'd given some increases to Alabama State. Specifically, some of these others they had specific needs or initiatives that presented to us. So there's really no formula to it. But I do know, of course, we've done some special things for Alabama State in the past, and I do know that looking forward, there are a couple of substantial opportunities. Whether or not they're going to come about, I don't know. So it's really just a judgment call, taking all the requests we get and looking at what that does when you make that, what that does to the per pupil funding and how that compares behind the curtain to everybody, because you see a total number, but what behind that number is how many programs, how many students, a lot of things like that. So certainly no slight on Alabama State. We've been supportive in the past, and I remember last year, there was a reclassification issue we talked about last year.
Right.
Yeah. So it's no slight on them at all. Dr. Ross and his people there do a great job. But that was just in this particular budget cycle, given kind of what we've been doing and what I think may be happening in the future, this is where we landed.
Okay, so we're basing this off of what could potentially happen? Because it makes it difficult.
I'm just saying,
I want to support the ETF, right? And I know you're doing a great job, and it just makes it difficult for just about every other university is getting a plus up based off of the original budget request, but ASU's not.
Yeah. Again, no slight intended. I was just, there's no, when you ask it, do we consider, I guess as a human, I'm thinking about, I know about this, but that may be factored into my thinking. I would think that if we can move the budget out of here, then I think upstairs, that'd be an opportunity to address that issue if there's a more concern. I really did what I am proposing based upon the information I had and just the judgments I made.
Right. Because even with the HBCU, the $5 million, like that's pretty much wide open. So even like it's no guarantees there that would be something that ASU could potentially use. So I guess it just kind of makes it a little difficult. So is Alabama State the only four-year institution that didn't get a plus?
If it is, it wasn't by design. I don't know that.
And I'm just trying to go through it because it is a sub. I'm trying to go through it as fast as possible before we end up voting on it so I can be clear on what I'm voting on. I want to be supportive, but I don't want to support if we're the only school that didn't get.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I got you. So let me just offer this up. For example, we did put an additional $5 million for the HBCU deferred maintenance, right?
Right.
And in that, I also did something when the presidents were here a few weeks ago. They mentioned that they had a dollar for dollar match, and I removed that matching on the additional $5 million deal there. I would not be opposed. Again, I don't want to, I hate to we're going to take a few amendments here, and I hate to change amounts around, but if we wanted to take, $1 million, whatever, from that deferred maintenance and shift it here, I'd be happy to accept that amendment. We consider that friendly.
$1 million from the $5 million deferred maintenance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I would consider that friendly. But again, I'm not, I want to get clear, no slight against ASU. It's just a lot to consider. And when you look again at where we landed, what I recommended, I felt it was justified, but I'm happy to entertain that as an option.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll get to working on that, and we'll circle back. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court to vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. Chairman Garrett. Chairman Garrett.
Yes, sir. So we have adopted the sub?
Yeah, we have.
Okay. So I understand there are several amendments.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I was saying earlier, there is a program for summer feeding for children, and that we have not taken any action on it. That requires some additional funding. And one of the ways to make sure that we get that funding would be through this process. And of course, I don't have to tell you the importance of making sure, and this is the summer feeding program. And I know that there have been some comments that were made earlier in terms of we're getting the information late, and that was not a part of the discussion as we're going in. But I do think I feel that it is certainly critical and important to the children of our state that we do all we can to be a part of making sure that those individuals that would benefit from this program, they would have an opportunity to be fed. So with that in mind, I have an amendment that I'd like you to look at. Did I give you a copy already? And you need one or two. What this amendment really does is it takes the...
Let's get in order now. You've offered an amendment, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 144 by Representative Hall.
Representative Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can't tell I'm anxious, can you? Thank you. So what this amendment really is doing, if you would look at starting replacing line 7 on page 1, that the Education Trust Fund would go to the Department of Human Resources and to the Lieutenant Governor and that's for this program, that would end in 2024. And what it's really doing is that $30 million that you talked about that we needed to repeal. My suggestion is that instead of repealing that $30 million, that we would allocate those funds for the summer reading program. And that is my amendment.
Well, thank you very much for the amendment. And you and I have discussed this, and I want to just tell you that since our discussion, I had a conversation Friday with DHR about this issue to try to better understand it. And it's a little bit complicated. What happened initially was in 2019, I believe it was, the federal government instituted the pandemic EBT, which was basically setting up the funding for the federal funds of these summer programs. But now again, at that time, you go back, that's during COVID. So this maybe it's in 2020 when this happened. It was during the COVID period. So the world was very different back then. Kids weren't in school and things like that. So that was the situation. That ran out. And then what happened is in 2022, they adopted this new program that states can opt into to participate. But basically, you're taking that program that the federal government created, and now they're saying, we're not going to do that anymore, but we will transfer this program to the states, and you can opt in and do that. Now, they were...
Well, with funding, though.
With some funding.
Right.
But there was also funding required by the states. And my understanding was that there was regulations and, all the things associated with that, and those regs didn't come down until after we adjourned last session.
Correct.
So we didn't have a opportunity to consider that in the budget that we're living in right now. So now we're looking at what happens going forward. Now, if we were to take supplemental money today, we still could not do anything in this summer of 2024.
Exactly.
It would be supplemental money that might be available or would be available
in 25
next summer.
That's right.
Now, in speaking with the commissioner and others, I think part of the problem is too, you've got to be able to administrate this program. There's RFPs, there were a lot of things they were throwing at me that had to be done in order for this to be administrated. I don't believe that DHR or the executive branch or anyone here is necessarily opposed to considering the idea. Some may be wondering, should we continue, if it was as simple as should we continue a federal program? I think you'd have a lot of people say no, just because the Fed started something, we should continue it. But if it's something that is a blend or a handoff or something that makes sense, then I think there's no resistance to considering that. But I believe, me, I'm kind of a process guy, and before I would allocate money, I would want to understand that process in place. And my understanding is, as we speak today, that process and even how to approach that process needs to be determined. I think there needs to be discussion before we do that. So in that spirit, I would recommend that we table your amendment the nicest and most respectful way possible.
That was very kind in how you said you would recommend, and I would say I would recommend not, but I certainly understand what you're saying. I understand the fact, but I also, you didn't make the motion yet to table, did you? You just said you would recommend because otherwise I should stop talking. But what I wanted to say is that we are talking about children.
Oh, Sam.
And it is not like the funds that we put in would be the only funds. In order to put it in place, we know that there's some funding that would have to come from, but there are funds that would come from the federal government pretty much as they come through for our regular eligibility programs for meals. So my recommendation is that you wouldn't table, but in light of the fact, if you think of it, I would challenge you and ask you if we can continue to work through this budget process and see what the possibilities are before. I do believe that if we did put the money in, I have found DHR and the Department of Education very interested or willing, willing to work through this. So I do believe there's an opportunity to get this done. So
yeah, I understand.
And I appreciate
Again, I just have a hard time recommending something I don't understand, so I'm going to move to table.
Okay, you heard the sponsors'
I would actually vote no.
explanation. The chairman would like to table this amendment. So if you're in favor of tabling the amendment, your vote will be aye. If not, your will be no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Vote no. Thank you.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 73 ayes, 28 noes. The amendment has been tabled.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Yeah, it's friendly. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
You know, it's indeed a pleasure to be here today. This is a long journey that we've been on. We haven't always agreed on the same path or the right way because we've all had different experiences. But one thing I can say about you is that you've never turned me away from the door. And as a chairman, I think that's very important, that nobody is turned away from the door. So I want to thank you, first of all, for that. I want to thank the Speaker and the other members of the House for what they've done in terms of looking at this idea and the hope of a community and of an area of our state. And I want to thank you for the process by which we had to get to this point. Because what it did, it galvanized a community. it allowed a community to show that if you give us a challenge, we will find a way to make that challenge a success. And though we may still have, you may still have some doubts about the ability of this community, let me assure you, we will be very successful with what we will be doing over in Demopolis for the state of Alabama. We're going to be that shining star on top of the hill, so that indeed, not only the state of Alabama, but the United States of America will look at what is going on in Demopolis, Alabama, and realize there is something mighty that we are doing and are going to implement it. And they are going to also make sure that they come and learn how it's done. So I want to thank you for that. And because you are a numbers man, I realize your hesitance, but so in compromise,
may I respond to what you just said? First of all, I appreciate your passion and your fight for this project. You certainly demonstrated that. You fought for your community. We all hope this is a very successful endeavor. We hope it does exactly what you say. I'd never been to Demopolis until this issue came to light and made the visit down there. So we certainly have hope it's very successful. Appreciate the spirit that and your tenacity. You've called me on weekends. You've called me before football. You may have called me during a football game. I don't remember.
Probably did.
But I appreciate the spirit and happy for you and your community today and your constituents as we move forward down this direction.
Okay. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 144 by Representative McCampbell.
Representative McCampbell, explain your amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment replaced lines 107 through 114 on page 4 with the following. Demopolis for one-time expense, $20 million. This appropriation is contingent upon the Alabama School of Healthcare Science Foundation adopting a policy or plan that recognizes and protects, to the extent practical, this investment by the state of Alabama. In the event that a school does not open in Demopolis, or the school upon opening fails to operate for at least 10 years. The plan or policy shall be delivered to the Finance Director, Chair of the Senate Committee on Finance and Taxation, Education, and Chair of the House Ways and Means Education Committee prior to distribution of any funds contemplated by this appropriation. Mr. Speaker, I move for the passage of the amendment. It's an agreed upon amendment.
The sponsor has heard the explanation of the amendment. How do you view it?
So what I would like to say, I appreciate you bringing the amendment, understanding that there's some skepticism just about the financial, not about the idea, not the concept, but the financial, feasibility. And yet we are committed to this project as we put in the supplemental budget. What this would ensure would be that if this project doesn't make it, that the state's investment would move somewhere, probably community college system, so we can continue to do healthcare training in that area. So I would consider this a friendly amendment and appreciate you bringing it.
Well, let me assure you, get some more money, because this one gonna make it big time.
Yeah, you heard the sponsor. He views it as a friendly amendment, so your vote to accept the amendment will be aye. If you vote not to accept the amendment, it'll be no. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Wait, you're the only one not in favor of my amendment, Mr.
The record has to show that I'm voting for this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman.
Where's my wingman here? I don't know.
He's got a broke wing. That's what the problem is. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I couldn't find him.
Representative Van, this is your time. We're on. I don't know. You had your light on.
Did I? Oh, no.
We'll just cut it off for us over there. Okay. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Gary, I think last week or sometime we had the bill encouraging more vice principals. So the part that you put into the budget, is that in relationship to that, or this was something we were doing anyway for vice principals?
No, the assistant principals will be in the budget. Increased funding for assistant principals will be in the budget.
Okay.
We're still in a supplemental, but in the budget we'll.
On page 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This is something. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was wondering if
So-
this was part of that effort.
Where's Representative Underwood? He's listening to my accounting explanation here.
Okay.
So what happens is that we had money initially. We had money in the supplemental for the 7.7 million, which was to pre-fund the principals we're going to hire. Because what
Okay.
happens a lot of times when we put things in the budget, the fiscal year doesn't start till October,
Right.
so they have to wait till then to use it. Well, then you're halfway through
Okay.
the school year. So what we did, we thought, let's put this money in the supplemental so we can go ahead and kind of pre-fund that.
Okay.
So they can start hiring assistant principals now.
Okay.
And then that money, but what we ended up doing here was moving all the principal expense into the budget.
Okay.
And saying that in the supplemental, that 7.7 million is going to be for the OCE,
Okay, of the current expense.
which they can't, but clarified that this can be used for assistant principals. So the assistant principal money is going to be in the budget. It's just an accounting thing to
Okay,
make it.
but this will help what
Yes,
his bill
absolutely.
was addressing, that we be able to hire more assistant principals.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Leader Stahagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 144 by Representative Stadhagen.
Leader Stahagen, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Replace line 7 on page 1 with the following: Education Trust Fund to the Executive Commission on Community Service Grants and to the Lieutenant Governor for the. Replace line 21 on page 1 with the following: the Executive Commission of Community Service Grants and to the Lieutenant Governor for the K-12 Capital Grant Program in. Replace line 29 on page 2 with the following: $29,998,245 from the Educational Trust Fund. Of this amount, $15 million shall be used for the K-12 capital. Replace line 35 on page 2 with the following: Higher Education Revolving Loan Program, and $14,998,245 shall be used for the Executive Commission on Community Service Grants to be distributed pursuant to Section 29-2-123 Code of Alabama 1975.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm looking at Kirk. I want to make sure I understand. So what this does is take the $20 million Lieutenant Governor program to up 15 to 35. Is that right? You're right. It's conditional, but the conditional would be though if the distress loan bill is repealed, then 15 million of that would be added to the Lieutenant Governor's 20 million, taking to 35. The balance of that 15 would be added to the Community Service Grant Fund, and I would consider this a friendly amendment. Would happy for the body to vote either way.
Okay, you've heard the explanation.
Just to make sure everybody understands. So rather than this be in the Lieutenant Governor's Capital Grant Fund that you'd apply for a grant, this would be part of the Community Service Grant checks that you would receive, you'd hand out in your district.
Correct.
Okay. You've heard the explanation of the amendment. The chairman views it as a friendly amendment.
Yes, sir. I do.
Okay, so if you're for it, your vote will be aye. If you're against it, your vote will be no. Clerk unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk lock the machine. Record votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Leader.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. With the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present this amendment and to be able to kind of breeze through and catch a few things. So I do have an amendment that I'd like to offer at this time.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 144 by Representative Bracy.
Representative Bracy, explain your amendment, please.
Thank you. The amendment would replace line 130 on page 5 with the following: 9 million. So that would replace the 8 million with 9 million. And it will replace line 223 on page 8 with the following: 11,770,000. Of this amount, 4 million shall be used for the, and that will replace the 5 million that will be used for the HBCUs and take it down to 4. And it would just replace the 8 million to 9 million for Alabama State.
Mr. Chairman.
Consider this a friendly amendment.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. The chairman considers it a friendly amendment. So if you're for Representative Bracy's amendment, your vote will be aye. If not, your vote will be no. Clerk on the lock machine. The members will vote.
For it. Oh, okay.
Clerk lock machine. Record vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Question for the body is final passage of HB 114 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 144 as amended has been adopted. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, House Bill number 163 with substitute by Representative Almond relating to the Alabama School of Healthcare Sciences Bill.
Representative Almond, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is HB 163, which is, it is my honor and privilege to be able to carry the Alabama School of Healthcare Sciences. And this bill really is just the enabling act to create the school. This is how all 4 of our schools were created, with a similar enabling act, and this would be a 4th state public residential high school, similar to the School of Math and Science in Mobile, School of Fine Arts in Birmingham, and the School of Cyber Technology and Engineering in Huntsville, which of course is the most recent one that was started. For the past 2 years, Governor Ivey has made this a priority, which she has mentioned in her State of the State address. This is all right, we'll keep moving. And so again, this is a priority of Governor Ivey's administration. We've been working on this for the past 2 years with a coalition from Demopolis. The Demopolis Hospital has a partnership with UAB, which has been instrumental in creating the curriculum for this school. Representative McCampbell, this is in his district, and he has certainly done lots of work in this area as well. And so what we need to do first, of course, this travels with the budget because there is money to be appropriated and is appropriated in the supplemental budget for this school, but we have to get it started. So we will do that by passing HB 163. So I call for the BIR unless there are any questions.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you just go over the first part of that again? I didn't quite hear it.
So this is the enabling act to create the Alabama School of Healthcare Sciences. Okay,
That's going to be located in Demopolis.
In Demopolis, Alabama. That's correct, and it will be a 4-year residential high school.
Okay.
And the whole purpose of it, I did forget to say this, is to train healthcare workers in our state. As you know, there's a shortage of healthcare workers. And not just in this state, but across the country. And the whole point of this school is to begin to train more healthcare workers that hopefully will
be dedicated like the arts in Alabama and Birmingham.
It's going to be similar to the School of Fine Arts in Birmingham. It's a similar residential program.
So what type of healthcare positions will they specifically be training students?
That's a great question. So first of all, they partner with over 30 hospitals across the state, and there will be multiple options for the students who attend this high school. They can go straight from high school into the workforce, and they will have internships at any of these hospitals that have partnered with the school, if that's what they choose to do. If they choose. Or they could choose to go to a 2-year school or to a 4-year school.
The level of training that you receive in the healthcare industry depends upon what you're doing. Now, these people have got to be assistants, like a healthcare assistant, nursing assistant. If they're working in a laboratory, they would be laboratory assistants, because to be the technologists and other professions will require them to have a 4-year college degree. So I'm wondering if it's the first step to encourage students to be prepared to go into the healthcare industry. And I would think that their curriculum would be slightly different from what you would get in a normal high school. It'd be a lot of math and science, which is a little different from the school in Mobile, but it would be from a healthcare perspective.
You're exactly.
Because within the hospital, to say they'll be prepared to go into the workforce, that's good. But you know, we need a whole lot of nurses. We need a whole lot of x-ray technologists. You need a whole lot of other things. So I think I could feel better about it if it's an opportunity for us to encourage more students in the state of Alabama to want to be those other professions. We like the assistants, but we also like the ones that have the degree to go into it, because that's where we're suffering much more. Because say if I worked in a laboratory, for people who might want to come out of high school to be assistants, we can train them there, you know, to help those out. But I would hope that this whole intent is that we encourage more people to be even doctors of various kinds, since within the medical profession, everybody has a different discipline. And in this time and day and age, everybody stay within their lane. So, and I would hope that this is what we're doing, is trying to encourage more students to enroll in the school across the state, so we can have a better group of children to pull from. Other than working in the laboratory, I used to teach freshman biology when Faulkner was named Alabama Christian. And what I learned as a freshman biology teacher, that many of my students that wanted to go into healthcare sciences had not had the appropriate curriculum when they were in high school. And I think that your bill is going to get them started on that track.
You're right on all accounts, Ms. Moore.
I just want to make sure.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
I sure will.
I'm not going to take up a lot of time. I really, really wanted to thank you for bringing this bill, but I couldn't sit there and not thank Representative McCampbell. I had an opportunity this summer to have go to a homecoming in Sumter County, and I went through Demopolis, and AJ was there, and he showed me the vision. And I just had to stand here. I looked at when I went there, and it was my first time. I told AJ, I saw this school as a beacon on a hill for this community. I look at Alabama sometimes, especially in the Black Belt. There's so much poverty and a whole lot of despair. And that's why I said this school is a beacon on the hill. And I applaud you, but I also applaud Representative A.J. McCampbell, because when he showed me the school and the vision, and at that time we were just looking to study the feasibility of doing the school there, I could almost walk those grounds and see those children being educated. Not only will it stimulate growth in the Black Belt, but it's going to train healthcare professionals throughout the state of Alabama, and it's going to be a beacon for the state of Alabama in an area that has not seen a whole lot of light. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Listen, I just like to try to stay as educated as I can on these bills, because I have people who literally watch this, and if they're not, the radio warriors back in Birmingham, somebody on their staff is. So when we're debating these bills, I get a lot of calls. And I'm just trying to get the clarity. I heard my colleague, Representative Moore, to a great extent, express her sentiments, but tell me what this is.
So basically, this bill creates a fourth state of Alabama residential high school, similar to School of Math and Science in Mobile, School of Fine Arts in Birmingham, School of cyber, technology, and engineering in Huntsville. This is a fourth similar type school, okay, with a focus
Are you
on
saying
healthcare.
4 or
Fourth.
4th? So you're adding you mean 4th in the count?
Fourth type of residential high school in the state of Alabama.
Okay, so this will be the 4th one is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I got it, okay.
Sorry.
So this will be the number 4 out of 4 now, schools that has a residential a component like ASPHA and some
Right,
of the other schools that you mentioned. And so we are appropriating what?
$20 million in the supplemental.
So what kind of school would this be?
Healthcare sciences. It's a focus on healthcare to train healthcare workers, as Ms. Moore was talking about.
So what? But it's not a high school.
It is a high school.
Okay, it is a high school. And what will the criteria be to
get in? So they'll hopefully come from all over the state. Obviously, grades are a component, but they won't be the sole factor, and it's sort of spelled out in the bill. But they will be looking to get a diverse body of students from all over the state, different backgrounds, and that hopefully already have an interest in healthcare sciences. But this curriculum will be designed so that even if they change their mind, as high school students do, they will have a high school degree when they finish.
So what age? Is this starting middle school or high school up?
9th through 12th.
So they're going 9th through 12th. And the student capacity?
I think they would like to get up to 400 students once they get fully up and running.
Okay, so likely 400 students. And this is in Demopolis?
In Demopolis.
Okay, I just wanted to get the clarity on, I have a good friend that, actually was the principal in Demopolis for many, many, many years and retired a few years ago. And he's one of our esteemed pastors in Jefferson County. Okay, I just wanted to get the clarity on it, what this was. And how much are we appropriating?
$20 million to start with. This year.
Just this year. So there's more to come next year.
Sure.
Has it already been constructed?
No.
Okay. Do we know the total cost of the school?
I do not know that off the top of my head. No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, well, I won't ask you anything you don't know. When I do that, I get in trouble and I get calls that I try to embarrass people, and I'm just trying to get some clarity on the bill. But, okay, I just wanted to get the clarity. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, ladies. You recognize the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, will you yield?
I will.
Thank you for your hard work and your tenacity as well. You've been very, very tenacious on this project as well. I do want to just clarify something you just said, that this is a start. The supplemental we just approved is a one-time expense of $20 million. And our intention is that going forward, we would fund this similar to the way we funded the other specialty schools.
That's right.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Almond.
Do we have a so we have a substitute, Mr. Speaker, and the only change is the Alabama Nursing Home Association asked for a seat on the board of the school, which nobody had a problem with, and so that is the one change asked for.
Okay, I've got a committee sub.
That's where the change was
That
made.
was it?
That was
okay.
it.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
sir.
not, okay. So you've heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote 103 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. The question for the body now is final passage of HB 163. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 163 as amended has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 145 with substitute by Representative Garrett, the Education Trust Fund.
Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is actually the education budget. I will be presenting a substitute bill, but I would like to give you the highlights of what is in the bill and the education budget overview. The budget is increasing by $550 million from $8.8 billion to $9.35 billion, which is an increase of 6.25%. This is the maximum allowed by the secondary cap calculation adopted by the legislature last year. In addition, we've already passed today a $1 billion advancement in technology fund release, and of course the $651 million of supplemental appropriation. This budget, which is the $9.34 billion, will allow Alabama's nationally recognized first-class pre-K program to receive an additional $200 million. This will allow 45% of eligible four-year-olds statewide to participate in pre-K. The current grant structure does not cover the full cost of first-class pre-K, so we're making changes in this budget that over time, on a phased-in approach, will ensure funding programs do not charge tuition so that parents do not bear the cost to start pre-K. We also are adding a new line item for $1 million to support a pre-K pilot program for 50 pre-K centers in Montgomery. This is an intervention for math and science. This was a request of the Montgomery delegation. In the K-12 schools, we received $6.3 billion, which is an increase of $390 million from last year. This will enable reading coaches in every school, technology coordinators in every system, mental health coordinators in every system, nurses in every system, career coaches in every system, increases to make Alabama's starting teacher pay the highest among neighboring states, and it will increase funding, provide funding to hire more than 200 new assistant principals for schools with more than 300 students. It will fully fund the Literacy Act at $48 million, fully fund the Numeracy Act at $28 million. We'll also provide additional funds to provide ESL aids throughout the state and district where there's a high ESL population. There's funding for program to address struggling readers beyond third grade, continuation of the pilot programs in Montgomery regarding conflict resolution and career choice, and the beginning of a new conflict resolution program in Birmingham City and Jefferson County schools. Setting aside $5 million for public schools to implement choice and innovation programs that would be apart from the regular traditional model. And of course, the budget is implementing a 2% pay increase for all teachers and all education support personnel. Higher ed will receive $2.4 billion, an increase of $137 million from this year. Community colleges will receive $10 million to increase for dual enrollment, increase of $5 million for new career tech equipment, $1 million for new LPN dual enrollment, and $1 million for new short-term credential scholarships, $2 million for the Alabama Career Roadmap, an increase in the amount for the Automated Workforce Training Scholarship Program, increase of $1 million for a hospitality training program in North Alabama to go statewide, and also an increase of $1.5 million for the successful West Alabama Works Center for Modern Manufacturing Career Tech Program to expand into all 7 workforce regions of the state. Four-year institutions will increase by $111 million. All will receive a 4.75 base increase in their funding formula, and then additional increases based upon workforce development initiatives and research initiatives at a variety of institutions. That's what will be in the sub. Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
Next question is adoption of the BIR. Clerk one.
No BIR. Okay. So this, I move for adoption of the sub then.
Okay, that is questions. Adoption of the sub. Clerk one lock the machine. The members will vote.
Thank you.
Clerk lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I need to ask a question on the telephone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment at the appropriate time.
It's the time. Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 145 by Representative Garrett.
Chairman Garrett.
Yes, sir. In the budget, there's a couple of just cleanup things. One is on line 630 and 631 on page 25. There was the ALET, the Alabama Leaders in Education Technology, the same appropriation. We're just splitting that number different, and one going from the basic number they have, and then a balance into the cybersecurity improvement initiative. So that's replacing that. The other is replacing lines 639 through 646 on page 25, which basically explains what we just did. The above appropriation shall be used to improve cybersecurity, including protection of data and infrastructure. The State Department of Education shall allocate this portion of the appropriation with $68,000 for each local education agency, plus $2 per student in districts with 1,000 or more students, including the Alabama Institute for the Deaf and Blind, Alabama School for Math and Science, Alabama School of Fine Arts, Alabama School of Cyber Technology and Engineering, and the Department of Youth Services through applications submitted to the department. Allocation shall be used to fund network administration and or technology that sustains, complements, upgrades, or augments current security measures. So reallocation of those amount and just further explaining it. Replace lines 1748 through 1750 on page 66 to say the Alabama Historical Commission or other state agencies grants will be awarded to entities that reflect the historical, just to clarify language on the Historical Commission. And then on replace line 1829 on page 69 as follows. Regarding virtual libraries, the Public Library Service shall implement policies for the virtual. So this is just clarifying language to the policy of virtual libraries.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the floor amendment. If you're in favor of the amendment, your vote will be aye. If no, your vote will be no. Clerk on the lock machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays. The floor amendment has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Move final passage.
That is questions final passage of HB 145. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 102 ayes, 1 nay. HB 145 has passed as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to thank our hardworking committee who does a great job. They don't rubber stamp anything. They vet everything, sometimes repeatedly, but I appreciate that. Also, I want to thank Karen Cheeks for her hard work and Grace, our intern, for their work. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be appropriate if you'd tell us who your members are so we can tell them, thank them for their work.
Okay, you're going to put me on the spot. With the members stand so I can remember everybody. I see Representative, our Vice Chair is Representative Jamie Keel, Representative Terry Collins, Representative David Faulkner doesn't know what we're doing, but he's back there. Representative Brock Colvin. I see Representative Debbie Wood. I'm looking for Representative Anthony Daniels, Representative Kelvin Lawrence, our ranking member, Representative Barbara Drummond, Representative Joe Lover, and our rules chair sitting right here. I almost overlooked him. Representative Alan Baker, and Representative Troy Stubbs, I don't see him at the point, but those are there he is, Representative Stubbs. So they do a great job. And where's Representative Chestnut? There's Representative Prince Chestnut. There he is there as well. And how could I forget? Representative Almond. Almond, yeah, Kelvin Lawrence. I think that's everybody. There's 15 very hardworking.
Let's give them all a big hand. Thank y'all for your work. Job well done. Mr. Clerk, let's call the next bill.
On page 39 of the calendar, House Bill number 146 by Representative Garrett relating to public education employees.
Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield the floor to Representative Drummond.
Representative Drummond, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Garrett. This is one of these bills of the folks who are on the front line, those that are in education that are doing the work. This is a 2% salary increase for public education employees of the several local boards, the Alabama Institute for Deaf and Blind, the Department of Youth Services, Alabama School of Fine Art, the Alabama High School of Math and Science, the Alabama School of Cyber Technology and Engineering, and the two-year post-secondary institution under the Board of Trustees of the Alabama Community College System for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2024. The total estimate cost of this increase is $104.5 million. And this is the bill for those hardworking education employees. I call for the BIR, Mr. Speaker.
That is questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Drummond.
If there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, I call for the passage of the bill.
That is question is passage of HB 146. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
I've got a bill for you. And that was probably go to boards, agencies, and commissions.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 146 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thanks, lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 39 of the calendar, House Bill number 148 by Representative Garrett, relating to an appropriation for Tuskegee University.
Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield the floor to Representative Warren.
Representative Warren, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to Chairman Garrett. As you all know, because of Tuskegee's state-related relationship with the state, we have to have a separate line item for Tuskegee University. The appropriation for this fiscal year is $14,816,579. It's also inclusive of $2 million for our agricultural research and extension service. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the passage of the BR.
That is questions. Passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Warren.
Now I ask for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 148. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 148 has passed.
Thank you so much.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 40 of the calendar, House Bill number 149 by Representative Garrett, appropriation for Talladega College.
Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to our colleague, Dr. Boyd.
Dr. Boyd, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 149, as introduced, would appropriate $1,176,157 from the Educational Trust Fund to Talladega College for the fiscal year beginning September the 30th, 2025. I move for the passage of the BR.
That's question for the body is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court to vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Dr. Boyd.
Yeah, if there are no other questions, I move for final passage.
That is questions, final passage of HB 149. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 149 has passed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 40 of the calendar, House Bill number 150 by Representative Garrett, relating to an appropriation for the Southern Preparatory Academy.
Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to Representative Oliver.
Representative Oliver, you're recognized.
Lyman Ward, now Southern Preparatory Military Academy, was founded by Dr. Lyman Ward in 1898 as a nonprofit, non-denominational, coeducational institution for rural youth. Its purpose was to provide secondary education for those with the ability to learn and the willingness to work. Lyman Ward was assisted by Booker T. Washington in fundraising by other education reformers of the time. At this time, I'd ask for the BIR.
That is questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted. Representative Oliver.
Final passage.
That is questions, final passage of HB 150. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 150 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and
Thank
everybody.
you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 198 by the House Rules Committee, a special order calendar.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call first bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 329 with substitute by Representative Robertson, relating to Jacksonville State University.
Representative Robertson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body. Sorry, my glasses. This bill would effectively bring the board for Jacksonville State University from two. Sorry, I was talking. I'm just going to read it. This bill would increase and revise the at-large membership of the board to include 4 at-large members who reside either within or outside the state for Jacksonville State University.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I believe there's a sub from the committee.
Committee sub, you care to explain your sub?
It would allow, instead of 4 of the 4 at large, 4 living out of state, it would reduce it to 2 would be eligible to live out of state. With that, I move for the BIR.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Representative Robertson.
With that, I move for final passage.
That's questions, final passage of HB 329. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 329 as amended has passed.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 421 by Representative Faulkner, relating to the Polygraph Examiners Board.
Representative Faulkner, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Members, this bill
concerns in a very old law that had not been revised and was in existence before new technologies were introduced that are used by our police departments. I want to thank all the co-sponsors on this bill that are members of law enforcement. Due to the way this law was written, it does not allow, by an opinion, for them to be able to use the computer voice stress analysis, which they don't use in court, but they're able to use in their hiring decisions. And so the AG worked with them to how law enforcement could continue to use this in their hiring decisions. This bill is very important for us to get this passed so that they can continue to use this. This is used by departments all across the state of Alabama. So that's what the bill does, and if there's no questions, I'd move for the BIR, Ms. Speaker.
That is questions adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Faulkner.
Mr. Speaker, I do have a floor amendment, and I know which I'll handle the clerk.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 421 by Representative Faulkner.
So all this does, members, I know we don't like floor amendments. All this does is change the effective date. It inadvertently was put in for October. We needed to take effect immediately for our police departments to be able to use this in their hiring decisions. So it changes the effective date to be immediately.
So you've heard the explanation of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted. Representative Faulkner.
Move for final passage if no further questions, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen,
Yes, ma'am.
with the change, and is it going to also mean a change in technology? Will they have to invest in new equipment, or is just the process that's changing?
So it's not changing either. What it's doing is, based on an AG opinion of this old law,
And the definition.
They felt like the law did not allow our police departments to use this computer, which is something they're using right now, only in their hiring decisions, not for use in court.
Okay.
And the AG's opinion said, we don't believe under this old law you're allowed to do that.
Okay.
And so they said, you need a legislative fix. And so that's what this bill is.
Catching up with the process that they're using now. Does it allow them to use it in hiring plus in other situations also?
They can only use it in hiring.
And that's it?
That's what, yes, ma'am. That's my understanding.
Okay.
I know there's some police officers here, but know a lot more about this than I do. But I know that I was told they're not allowed to use that in court. This is simply to, when they're hiring a police officer, they want to be able to use this this system that they have in place now, and only because of this AG opinion, they were like, whoa, you're not allowed to use this. You need to get this fixed in the legislature.
Right, to go along with what you're actually doing.
That's it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. If no further questions, I move for final passage.
That is questions final passage of HB 421. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Yes.
Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 421 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 61 of the calendar, House Bill number 412 with substitute by Representative Allman relating to the Alabama Code of Military Justice.
Representative Almond, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is HB 412, which is brought to us by our military, and it is part of our package of military bills. It deals with the Alabama Air and Army National Guards. And basically, all this bill does is update terminology and procedures for appointing staff judge advocates. It clarifies differences between general and special courts martial. It provides for different and progressive disciplines, and then it makes non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code of military justice that we have in our Code of Alabama. Call for the BIR.
As questions, adoption of the BIR, clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes, 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, there's a substitute. There was a committee change, and this had come. The only changes that were made came from LSA. There were technical changes. There were just some code sections left out, and so that's really all that changed.
Ms. Moore, do you want to speak on the sub or the bill? The bill? Yes, ma'am. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes, 101 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been adopted.
Thank you. Call for
Representative Almond.
final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just curious. Why did you bring this bill?
They asked me to.
Who are they?
The military.
So the military asked you to bring this bill, so the military couldn't look at anybody else in this chamber to bring the bill? Do we have people who are militarily associated?
We do.
And see, I have problems because we have black folks in the military too. But all of their bills are only bought by certain people, which is a problem to me. And even in my district, I have the 117th. But it just bothers me. If you're the military, and every military bill we've had bought before this body has been bought by a Republican white. And I hate to say that, but we're legislators. Our people, my young people leave high school. Before high school, they're ready to go to the military and serve. And it's as if we don't participate in it. For our military or for whatever reason, only certain people can bring the bill. I got a problem with that. I know it does not bother the majority, but it bothers me because we all serve the whole state of Alabama. And that for them to only choose certain people that they would bring their bills to. We have even blacks that's in the legislature that have served in the military. Why not bring it to them? It's just like law enforcement bills. We have blacks in the legislature that are in law enforcement. Democrats that have been in the military, law enforcement. I think that it does an injustice to the state of Alabama that only certain people can bring these bills that affect everybody. They affect all of us. Every race, every creed, every color. But it's just that it concerns me that I see it over and over again. After all, that's just one black woman's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Honored to bring it.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Pascal.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition. I hear some people say, would a young woman yield? Is that a proper protocol?
Is that pardon me?
Is that a proper protocol for me to ask if you if you'll yield.
If you ask me, I will say yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess since the speaker recognized me, I can come down and start talking without that. But
Now,
just
that's my
courtesy, I think,
understanding as
sometimes.
well, yes.
But I just want to just come down and just kind of, we spoke earlier about this bill. Just want to say I really appreciate you carrying this bill. As mentioned, this is one of the 13 bills identified as the military package for this session.
That's right.
And one thing we did in our House Military Veterans Affairs Committee, the goal was to make sure that when it comes to military, there's no division. We work as one body. And speaking of the bills, later on the calendar, we have another military bill coming up. I can't find it on here, but we have another member bringing the military bill. But the goal was to ensure, make sure we have members of the Republican Party and Democratic Party carry our bills. So you're going to see that later on today. And then also next week, I think we're going to try to get more military bills on the calendar, on the floor. And that way everybody can see that. When it comes to our military, we're going to make sure we stay focused, work together as a body. And but I really just want to take the time to come down and share that. I served this great nation for 21 years. And a couple of weeks ago, we had Military Day in this chamber. And once again, you saw a common theme, is that when it comes to our military, we support our military, we work together. But just want to take the time to say I thank you and appreciate you for carrying this bill.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Question for the body is final passage of HB 412. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 412 has passed.
Thank you.
I'd like to recognize in the gallery the Cherokee County Republican women. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. The guest of Representative Jeannie Shavers. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 390 by Representative Crawford, relating to the Alabama Medical Cannabis Commission.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So HB 390 just deals with the responsibilities of some of the licensing of the cannabis, medical cannabis program. All the responsibilities and authority for everything but the cultivation has been the Cannabis Commission. This bill also in that the other responsibilities of the cultivation of cannabis was a shared responsibility, the Cannabis Commission and the Alabama Ag and Industries. What this bill does is takes the ag and industry out of it. It gives the full responsibility for the cultivation along with the other, the integrators and everything else to the Cannabis Commission. And it sort of cleans that up. It still requires that the ag and industry will provide the services that are needed by the Cannabis Commission, and the ag and industries will be compensated for that service, like inspections and things like that. In no way does this bill expand any licensing or anything like that. So that's been the number one question. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR and be glad to answer any questions.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you said that we're taking the ag. Tell me again what we're taking, what we're shifting out.
Okay. The ag industry has shared some responsibility in the cannabis health bill for growing the cultivars or the cultivation of that. The full responsibility has always been the Cannabis Commission. So this takes that cooperation where they had shared responsibilities away and gives all the responsibility to the Cannabis Commission.
So what will the ag department still have the growing responsibilities?
They would only have a role as providing technical assistance and whatever that the Cannabis commission board asked them to do.
Okay, and I guess my only concern is we had so many problems over the course of summer, just the debacles after debacle with this commission. So I'm hoping, and I don't know who's on the commission. I tried to follow it last summer when all of the issues and all of those faux pas came up. And this is was this the request of the Ag Commission?
The Department of Ag and Industry, the commissioner, I don't know if this would have any effect on all of that or not. This is just
Yeah, I mean, well, the board has just been so sloppy over the course of the, since its inception. There was a lot that went on, and so, if this is the request of the Ag Commissioner, then of course, I respect any time a department head. Well, I'm not gonna say any time, but okay. But it just gave me pause when I heard you say that. But again, I don't know where the board is right now. Don't tweet me, email, text me, Instagram me. Don't message me because I said y'all were sloppy because it went viral that y'all were so sloppy. So I'm sorry.
Y'all being not me, you're talking about y'all being.
No, you mean them, not you. You were
Okay.
not sloppy.
All right,
Not you, Crawford.
Thank you.
You are never sloppy.
Thank you.
But they were a tad bit sloppy. So, you want to make sure I didn't throw shade on you, huh?
I was hoping that.
Oh well, you've never gave me reason to. But okay. Okay, I was just trying to get some clarity on it. I still have a few concerns, but nobody.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So how did you since Mayor Representative, how did you get to bring this bill?
I guess maybe by being on the Ag and Forestry Commission, working with the Ag and Industries and, things over the years. I'm not sure.
Okay, and I know the last question was about whether, and I never asked anyone to yield. First of all, that is not protocol to ask. It's not, you all do it, but you don't have to do it. So that's why I never do it, because you don't have to. But if you choose to, as a courtesy, that's up to you. I never ask anybody to yield because you don't have to. So that's the only reason I don't do it, since the gentleman before me asked that shady question. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 99 ayes, 2 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Crawford.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
That is the question, is final passage of HB 390. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 95 ayes, 4 nays. HB 390 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members of the body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 257 with substitute by Representative Lovern, related to taxation.
Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 257, the origination of this bill came from meeting and listening to the reports of the Innovation Corporation and Innovation Study we had of why would people like to come to Alabama and why would people stay in Alabama. And the most common denominator was our wonderful outdoors and recreation that we have to offer here in this state. And with all the mental health issues we have, with everything going on, the stress people have, I hope everybody enjoyed a beautiful weekend outside. And the entire purpose of this bill is to try to motivate, to light a spark in people to try to invest in their time in the outdoors. And what this would do is create a 1 day a year sales tax holiday dealing with anything outdoors. So, a lot of things outdoors, not everything, but we have worked through different studies and tried to figure out what would be important, what would motivate people to invest in that time in the outdoors, and this what we come together in this bill. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ingram.
Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I like the concept. I do. But I know that a lot of our sales tax holidays, like on emergency and back to school, are limited to dollars. You know, I think if I'm not mistaken, that the emergency preparedness is limited to 500, just so it won't be big ticket items. And I know that the back to school is limited to different items. I like the concept. You know, I like another member had come to me in the last couple of days about maybe putting some money to put tires on the car so they can get to work. I thought that's a concept, but I like to hunt and fish. I like the concept, but I would like to see it limited to the citizens of Alabama, like we talked about this morning, or either also have a cap, because going off and buying a Polaris that somebody buys from Georgia because we got a better price and we're not getting anything on it and they take it and leave, you know. But I'd like to see if you would, if I bring an amendment, if you would be entertaining to something limited to somebody for just our citizens of Alabama.
Well, I'm certainly open for that conversation, and I want people of Alabama to enjoy it. I also want people to spark that investment and drive into hunting and fishing shows, outdoor shows, camping shows that may center around this weekend that starts with a sales tax holiday. And this, so you can't order an item. It has to be in stock, and you take delivery and possession that day.
And I know how that works in the car business. I'll order them a car, and I'm going to bill it out to you that day. You come and pick it up. But I would like to see some reining in on it, you know, because I'm just scared that with the economy goes south, we won't be able to afford it. And I would love to see more dads get out and moms to get out in the woods or go fishing or whatever. I think the concept's great. I just think it needs a little tweaking, you know, but thank you for letting me get up and say that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Appreciate you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say that I appreciate the bill. What I really appreciate about being the budget chair is that this is a tax holiday, not a tax cut, not a tax exemption. Other states have had some success in doing these tax holidays because, like you say, it does. We do the back to school tax holidays. There's sometimes people do others targeted type holiday type things in other states, but I think it's worked because it gets people out. People are going to buy more, probably drive up more that day, but that money kind of goes back in the economy. But the next day you're back to normal, right? So as opposed to doing a tax cut that kind of stays with you, or tax exemption that kind of stays with you, this is a one type thing, and I think it's creative, and I think it's a great idea. Plus, I think what you're targeting is very important to our state and emphasizes the recreation opportunities we have.
Well, appreciate your comments.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the recognition. I've been quiet. I've been trying to keep my peace, but this, because it was doing some great things for the state, funding budgets, education-wise, and giving teachers raises. But this kind of catch me from another angle here because it's dealing with recreation, pleasurable things. And then it's going to give a tax break to those who purchase recreational vehicles and the whole gamut, camping houses and all this stuff. And it's going to happen every year?
It's sunsetted for 3 years. It'd just be one day. And from the original bill, we've taken power boats out, so it's dramatically reduced the amount of items. So you have a mom that's wanting to purchase recreational ball equipment for her children, so them to get outside for the summer. This will be the second Friday in May, so it'd be right before that the kids get out for the summer, just to light that spark, hopefully, where people would want to go out and enjoy the outdoors.
It's amazing that you mentioned just a mom buying balls and bats. I'm talking about these vehicles, recreational vehicles. which costs more than $3 and $4.
Certainly. You know, people purchasing that will purchase.
So they can. I mean, I heard what the colleague from Montgomery said. He want to limit to the people of Alabama. I don't think I'm glad you didn't listen to that, because you're going to give this opportunity to bring people in the state. Then you're going to say you got to be a citizen of the state before you can use the opportunity. But it is a big thing, and in 3 years we'll see what it looked like. And if it hadn't been profitable, I guess we'll sunset it. If not, we're extending it and add more to it.
Well,
I know it's going to be more, because that's a big industry for Alabama, even hunting and sporting, and recreation, fishing, camping, biking and hiking. That's a lot of materials that going to be exempt from taxes. Well, it's just for 1 day.
Well, just for that 1 day, and when you go buy a tent one day, then you realize next weekend I need a new lantern, I need some new sleeping bags. So it'll roll back into taxable items that people purchase. So this is mainly like that spark.
I see where you're coming from. I just want to bring a little more clarity to it. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Wilcox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you yield, please, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a holiday from the city and the county taxes as well, or just the state?
That would be an opt-in.
Pardon?
They could opt in.
So the city and county would take a vote to opt into the holiday?
Right.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have a committee sub.
You care to explain your sub, please?
Yes, sir. What we did in committee was to offer amendments to limit this down to just 1 day, that Friday, the second Friday in May, and to remove power boats from there, because that seemed to be something passionate for a lot of people. And that's what the sub, and for that, I'd like to move to adopt the sub.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. Chairman Lovern.
Move for final passage as substitute.
That is questions. Final passage as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Jamie, Keel. What?
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 257 has passed as sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the body.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 100 by Representative Clark with substitute relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Clark, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my colleagues, House Bill 100 proposes to amend Alabama's Felony Voter Disqualification Act, which is 17-3-30. It would, 1, establish increased penalties for a felony crime committed against an election official that is motivated by an individual's role as an election official. And it would, 2, establish that a felony committed against an election official, which is motivated by an individual's role as an election official, is a crime of moral turpitude. Now, according to the National Conference of State Legislators, nationally, election officials faced an unprecedented level of threats to their safety and security after the 2020 U.S. presidential election. U.S. Election Assistance Commissioner Donald Palmer said in an NCSL article, and I quote, "With the increased negative environment, election administrators are retiring early or leaving the profession, and the election community loses the core of its qualified and experienced officials." And Mr. Palmer said further, "The election official departures are an acute state public service problem." So some states have passed poll worker protection laws. However, in working with LSA on this bill, I realized that generally we already have laws in place to deal with most crimes. So as a deterrent, HB 100 increases penalties for felonies committed against an election official and upon conviction makes them crimes of moral turpitude. Now, the existing Felony Voter Disqualification Act currently includes 48 crimes of moral turpitude that can cause a citizen to lose the right to vote. If HB 100 passes, a person who is found guilty of a felony against an election official would lose their right to vote. Mr. Speaker, there's a committee sub, but I'll explain it after the vote on the BIR. So I move adoption of the BIR.
Ms. Cavan, do you want to speak on the BIR? Chair, the question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Will somebody please get my machine? Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 96 ayes, 3 nays. The BIR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. In the Judiciary Committee, the bill was amended to exclude poll watchers from the bill. So now election workers are defined in this legislation as salaried election workers such as probate judges, circuit clerks, absentee election managers, and also the hundreds of temporary poll workers who are paid by cities and counties to work at the polls on election day. These are the individuals who are most often targeted because of their positions. So I move that the committee sub be adopted, Mr. Speaker.
Question for the body is adoption of the substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. If all the members voted, clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 yeas, 4 abstentions, and 1.
Mr. Speaker, there's a floor amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Hill. Clerk will receive the amendment. Amendment to House Bill number 100 by Representative Hill.
You ready, Mr. Speaker?
Chair recognizes Representative Hill from St. Clair.
Thanks. Ms. Clark, you okay? May I speak?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Clark, you and I have talked about this a lot, and this is a good bill. And I'm like you. I agree that poll workers are people we need to protect. One of the things that you've done in here to protect them is make this offense a crime against moral turpitude. It's an interesting concept in Alabama because a crime against moral turpitude is in and of itself admissible in court to impeach the individual who has just testified. So let me talk about this amendment that I'm offering. What this amendment does is it takes those crimes that we have against moral turpitude and more or less condenses them. And here's what it does. It says any capital murder is a crime against moral turpitude. A murder is a crime against moral turpitude. Manslaughter and assaults as defined in the code that are Class A or B felonies are crimes against moral turpitude. But it adds the following. In 13A 6-21, it adds the following crimes that would be considered crimes against moral turpitude. Street gang memberships as defined in 13A-6-26BD which is a Class B felony.
Yes.
Aggravated stalking, domestic violence in the first degree, domestic violence in the second degree, domestic violence by strangulation or suffocation, and elder abuse, again as defined in 38-9-7B, which is a Class B felony of that section. It also adds that any attempt on those particular crimes would also be a crime against moral turpitude. And I would ask that you accept that as a friendly amendment.
Judge Hill, I do accept this as a friendly amendment. Mr. Speaker, this is a friendly amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall from Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Hall.
The gentleman, help me to understand, are you credentialing moral turpitude here for this particular bill? Maybe I missed something in your...
What I'm doing here, we passed a bill a few years ago
Yes.
that dealt with the crimes against moral turpitude.
Right.
This is further defining those crimes against moral turpitude. And if you will look at this, ma'am, it's basically murder, capital murder, aggravated assaults, and domestic violence. We are listing those as being crimes against moral turpitude, which means that if it, excuse me, if an individual is convicted of, just take one, domestic violence in the second degree, and that individual takes the witness stand, that individual's testimony can be impeached because that individual has been convicted of that particular crime, and that crime is being designated in the state of Alabama as a crime against moral turpitude.
That is not the case today?
It is in some of them, ma'am, but
I see my challenge about when we start talking of adding other groups, I've always had this concern. When we started adding other groups, we did teachers, policemen, firefighters, and those that crimes have been committed against, that it seemed that if it's a crime, it's a crime whether you are any of those people.
I hear you.
And so I'm challenged to think that we need to do additional offenses or additional charges if that's already a crime. Am I making sense?
You are. But Ms. Hall, here's the deal. Here's the way I look at this, okay?
Yes.
I mean, I can only explain it.
That's what I want to do here.
Ms. Clark may
you.
explain it differently from hers.
No, it's not it's the bill. It is the intent to increase, that's all I'm saying. It appears that we have a crime that's been committed.
Yes, ma'am.
But against me, but you're the postal worker or you're the poll worker, and a crime is against you, and it's more significant than it is against me.
I would not say more significant. I would say more that the position that you occupy as being a poll worker has put you in the position where this situation more readily occurs. And let's face it, Ms. Hall, you and I both know we have to have poll workers if we're going to have elections.
If we have to what?
Poll workers if we're going to have elections.
Well, if you're going to have a classroom and you're going to have education, you have to have a teacher. If you're going to have a bus and you need a bus driver, you're going to have a bus.
Sure.
That's just.
Ms. Hall, I got you. And I really do understand your concern. Ms. Hall brought this, Ms. Clark brought this bill. First time I read it, I really didn't understand it, so I read it more carefully. And the thrust of it was to increase some penalties, but also to deal with the fact that those individuals so convicted their testimony would be able to be impeached by virtue of the fact that it became a crime against moral turpitude. And I'll be honest with you, I support that.
I hear you, but that's my opinion.
No, ma'am, I hear what you're saying. I understand, Ms. Hall.
Question for the bodies. Chair recognizes Representative Gavan from Jefferson.
I know you saw my light. Listen. Judge, would you explain your amendment for me, please?
Sure. If an individual is charged, we have crimes, you understand what crime is,
yeah.
just like I do. So what this does is it defines crime against moral turpitude a little bit more clearly. And it does this by saying a capital murder is a crime against
Those crimes.
a murder, a manslaughter. And then it goes in, it really what the next group of these goes into, ma'am, are more domestic violence type incidents. Strangulation, stalking, domestic violence.
And we've been adding that language to a lot of bills.
Elder abuse.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is if you're convicted of one of those, that becomes a crime against moral turpitude. And the only reason we have crimes against moral turpitude is for impeachment. I mean, that's why we have them. So that's what this does.
Okay, and so your rationale, I'm just trying to get your rationale by adding this to the bill.
Because this bill deals with crimes against moral turpitude.
So that's because it deals with the crimes against moral turpitude. Okay.
Her bill makes that a crime against
of
moral turpitude. And I'm saying this is a good time just to go ahead and put in others.
And put in all the others as well.
Yep, but likewise, we run
this right now.
Stalking, and those ought to be crimes against moral turpitude.
I believe I was the one who added the stalking language when I first came here, stalking and the strangulation. I believe that was one of my bills working with the DA's Association. I can't remember. That's been so long ago. That's when I used to be on duty before I got kicked off and rejected. But I'm good with it. I ain't skipped a beat. Ain't nobody never asked me about no committee that then voted on me. So that's fine. Okay, so I get it, Judge. I was just trying to, when I heard you call out those various crimes, I said, well, let me find out, try to get a clarity as to what you were talking about.
And I appreciate it because I think we ought to try to clarify. When we talk about a crime against moral turpitude, we know what that means.
Yeah, but not everybody doesn't. No. Yeah, and I agree with you, but I wish that we could clarify, like when you did your that bill that caused a lot of problems the year before last and with the pre-releases and all of that. But another thing, I'm glad you mentioned that because but we do also as members have to listen. That's why it's important. Again, I know I take a lot of criticism when I come to this microphone, but it's trying to get understanding. So then the speaker doesn't have to send us a notice at the end of the year or when an issue comes up with the bill. We don't have to have such an explanation because that's what we're here for. So I appreciate the opportunity to get the clarity. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Appreciate the question.
Chair recognizes Representative Morris from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
I just want to, I know it's dealing with moral turpitude and we are dealing with elections. I'm just trying to see at some point why on this bill. We've seen so many bills that came through with crimes and offenses that, and I know that we had so many moral turpitude on the books, like over 400, and we took a lot of them off. So I'm just trying to figure out, are these some of the ones that was taken off and we are putting them back on, or these are just new ones that we are actually coming up with?
New ones that we're coming up with. Some of the crimes that we have identified as being criminal in the last, say, 10 or 15 years, we did not years ago. Domestic violence, we didn't identify that. We have gone through a lot of time and defining who is within the domestic family and when does that domestic violence occur. So a lot of these bills that we're adding on here deal with incidents of domestic violence, and they should be crimes against moral turpitude, just like a crime against the poll worker should likewise.
Okay, so let's talk about domestic violence for a minute, because a lot of times inside our community, a lot of our young men get a domestic violence charge, even if they're going on the misdemeanor on the city level. They get into a house, man and his female, they get into it, they end up with a domestic violence charge. They can't rightfully get a job. Now we're going to tell them they can't vote if that's something that happened. Are you going with the domestic violence? Is it just, or you just, or all the things that you're naming are domestic violence?
No, what we're naming here are Class A and B felonies. All domestic violence is not a felony. In fact, most domestic violence is misdemeanors.
Okay, so.
And what I'm dealing with here is the ability to impeach a witness because that witness has got a certain conviction, and one of those convictions are listed in this bill.
So give me your list again. Tell me your list. Tell me the people.
Capital murder.
What it is that you
Capital
have.
murder. Murder is murder, manslaughter, class assaults that are A or B felonies. Every one of these are A or B felonies. They're not misdemeanors. They're A or B felonies, but they are a street gang membership that is a Class B felony. We passed a bill about that, and some street gang membership became Class B felonies. Aggravated.
So if they became Class B felony, which I'm quite sure, so now if they can't, we're restricting their rights to vote?
No, ma'am. We're saying they can be impeached if they take the witness stand.
Okay. Okay.
It's an impeachment. It is. There are those acts that you commit that the law says the fact that you have been convicted of that particular crime is admissible in court to impeach your testimony.
Okay.
Your veracity, your truthfulness.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
Question for the body's adoption of the amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 94 yeas. The amendment is adopted.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge Hill.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of HB 100 as substituted and amended.
Question for the body. The final passage is substitute and amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 95 yeas. The bill receives passage. Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members.
On page 52 of the calendar, House Bill number 379 by Representative Faulkner relating to county boards of equalization.
Chair Representative Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that pertains to the Jefferson County Board of Equalization. It has to be a statewide bill because it's changing state general code and is based on population. But what this bill does is in Jefferson County, for our Board of Equalization, it removes the appraisal staff from serving under the Board of Equalization. You will find that very unusual, as does our Department of Revenue and anybody I've spoken to, that your appraisal staff that appraises your property would be under the Board of Equalization. This separates them, and it adds 2 new members to the Jefferson County Board of Equalization. It puts some qualifications for them that they've had real estate experience or accounting or financial experience, and that they live in Jefferson County. So that's what this bill does in a nutshell. And for the Jefferson County only. And with that, I'd move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavanna Jefferson.
I rise because I've shared with you, and the conversation is going to be a little bit more tempered today, because I think I signed on to this bill as a co-sponsor, myself and my other colleagues, only for us to find out that the department head of the Board of Equalizations had not been contacted. This is a department head who has been in this position for numerous of years, over 15 to 20 years. A very learned professional in her field, and she deserved the respect. Whether you say you depended on the county manager or not. And y'all, I'm sorry, this is Jefferson County. And every now and then with Jefferson County, it gets a little messy. So y'all stay out of this. But the problem I have with it, Representative Faulkner, with all due respect, is that this will be the second bill for which many of us relied on, based upon your word that certain things had happened, and then we get calls. Those of us who know these people in our communities will be impacted along party lines, to only find out that something not necessarily did not happen. Now, I've spoken with the department head, and I know finally Cal Marker finally had a conversation with her. But when you sponsored this bill in and you came and you advocated, I knew then. Because every time you bring a bill, and I don't know why these folks keep depending on you to bring these bills around here, but for whatever reason, they do. But every now and then, you bring these bills and you know that we are trained as lawyers to deal in court. We deal with material facts. And you come and you bring these bills for which you have alleged certain things, and those things are material to the bill. Now, I have a problem with it. I don't really have a problem with what you're doing. I have a problem with how the bill started and originated. And it's not fair to us. And we had a meeting with our county commissioners year before last at the club. And one of the main things that was said to us was that anytime we in Jefferson County bring a bill, as a courtesy to each person that is a department head, or if that bill impacts a department, for us to at least as a courtesy speak us, not Cal Marker, not Darren, but us. And everybody in that room acquiesced or in some kind of way, yes, sir, okay. But here we are today. And although you said you met with Cal or you met with this person and that person, you called Gaynell Hendricks, our tax assessor, but you did not call the person who heads the department. And that is problematic and it is wrong. And I don't care what your explanation is today or how you fix it up. You may be in the Republican Party, you got the votes, but I don't care if it's Democrat or Republican. When I stand here, if you're wrong, you're wrong. I don't care if you're R or D. And you personally did not speak, did you, with the department head? Did you, Representative Faulkner?
What's the question?
I don't know how many ways to repeat it. You standing here looking me right in my face. I asked you, did you personally speak to the department head before you sponsored this bill in and asked us to support it? Not did Cal Marker speak with her, not did anybody else. I asked you, did you at any point, and even after I spoke with you about it, did you reach out to Maria, who heads that department?
I have not spoken to Maria.
That's my point. And the point is this. But you are taking something that materially shifts administration within her department. What was your rationale behind calling Gaynell Hendricks? Because now a few years ago when Gaynell was the tax assessor and we had a bill that detrimentally impacted her department, you didn't give her not one courtesy of a phone call. Not one.
I've had many conversations with the tax assessor.
Listen, I said you started now having them after that big debacle, but I said when you brought that bill that you asked us to sponsor, and you told us, and we detrimentally relied upon what you stated to us, that you had spoken with the tax assessor. You had not spoken with Gaynell because she literally called every one of us in distress and in despair, in disbelief. So
What bill was that?
Oh, that was that bill, that property bill, the tax bill. Now, you know which one it was. Then you don't need to carry bills if you can't remember. You don't need to carry them. I guess because you carry so many, but how in the world could you forget that constitutional amendment? That local
you're talking
amendment.
the senior
Yes.
property
Yeah,
tax
and
freeze.
you did not reach her at first. So we're not going to go back down memory lane. But all I'm saying to you is, as I said, I don't have a problem with the bill, but I have a problem with you representing Jefferson County and the thing, how you do it. And that's all right, y'all have the power. You can have the power. But there will be a But there will be a day. There will be a shift, some kind of way. But at the end of the day, if you're carrying a bill that impacts a department in Jefferson County, then you need to make sure before you bring this type of legislation that you have spoken with that department. I understand that one of your close friends is on that board, one of your good close girlfriends, female friends, whatever, is on that board. And I understand that. But do not bring me any more bills, not one, I don't care what it is, and ask me to sign it if you're not gonna be honest to tell me that you have not spoken with the department head and crossed every T. Because for everybody else, as the gentleman spoke up here to this microphone, I believe it may have been Representative Tillman, you question everybody as if they are this little. And I have said several times, whether I'm talking to members in my group, in this caucus or not, everyone in this Democratic Party has 3 or 4 degrees. Degrees beyond degrees. And you reduce all of them down in that committee meeting and on this floor with your questioning as to why. So let me just say, with regards to Jefferson, the next time you bring a bill, you need to make sure that you speak to the department heads, as we promised our county commission in that meeting at the club. And I know other members remember this, but you need to make sure that you do that, because it puts us in predicament when these folks call us and they feel as if we have totally disrespected them. Could you imagine how Maria felt? She's 20-some years in this job, or not, if not 30, and didn't know. And I'm sitting on the phone, oh no, you knew because Representative Faulkner told you. She said, no ma'am. Finally, last week, Cal Marker sat down with her. She heard it from some of her employees. And that is not right. That is absolutely not right. So again, I support Jefferson County, but I do not support disrespecting anybody. I don't care what I do at that county. I'm gonna reach out to the department head. I'm gonna reach out to the commissioner. I'm gonna reach out to the county managers or assistant county managers, but I'm gonna do that. because it's what's right. And you never do that. And you put us in a lot of bad situations with people. And we have to clean up our stuff based upon what you have done. So you've taken a good bill and you've just tarnished it in my mind. Whether I support it or not, I don't support the process. And I'm only up here speaking for Wandalyn Gavan.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 79 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Faulkner.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 379. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 70 ayes, 0 nays. HB 379 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 32 of the calendar, House Bill number 335 with substitute by Representative Hill relating to taxation.
Chairman Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently there are several ways that we allow the sale of property for delinquent taxes. We're talking about ad valorem taxes, property taxes. One way is a tax sale where they sell they get a tax deed. This is not that way. What this bill does is this bill allows the revenue officer, upon the assessment of the property, and that tax is not paid, to place against that property a lien. The purpose of it's like a debt against that particular piece of property. This bill would allow the tax assessor, the revenue officer, to sell the property if somebody buys it. If they fail to buy it, then it stays in the confines of the local county. If it comes back up for taxes the next year, you simply add that amount back to it so it rolls over. If someone buys the tax lien, then at that point in time, there are rights of redemption, and those rights of redemption run to the individual in whose name it was assessed, many of their family members, anybody that was a mortgage holder, people of that nature, they have the right to redeem that property. All right, this bill also does not allow the individual that purchased the tax lien to possess that property until such time as they get a deed. The deed comes out of the court. You get a deed by filing a bill to quiet title, and that is the way you would get the deed to the property, which will allow you to possess that property. This was amended in committee. Initially, the bill.
We'll get the BR. Let's get the BR first.
Yes, sir. I'd like the BR.
Okay. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How does your bill impact the state land bank program and the city's land bank program?
None to my knowledge.
Well, in the land bank properties, I think last year, or year before last, Senators Coleman Madison amended it. But if you had not paid the taxes on those property, then those cities, at first I know it was like 5 years that they were delinquent in the tax. Then when we established the land bank program, the cities can request from the state that those, if that city also passes a land bank bill, request that those properties that are delinquent in taxes can be returned to the city. The city put them in their land bank program, and what they've set up the rules and guidelines how you can acquire that property through the city's land bank. And I think last year the senator amended it rather than 5 years delinquent tax to 3 years for delinquent tax. So what does this bill, when you're talking about land that's in the arrears of taxes, how does that impact land being deeded back to cities to go into their land bank to work to get it on the tax rolls?
I've never heard of what you're talking about, so I can't.
Well, it's called the Venable Bill, and it's been passed for quite some time. It's been on the books here for the state, and then it allows each city to amend that original state land bank bill so that those cities can get those properties back that are delinquent in taxes back to them. It was first.
But this would allow the owner to redeem the property.
Well,
and if they fail to do so, it would go into the revenue auspices of the county revenue officer, and that individual could then negotiate a sale for an amount sufficient to pay those taxes and the fees and the interest with another individual.
I think you need to be looking at the land bank bill, because I do believe there's some conflict of interest there, but it's been years since we passed the state land bank bill for people's properties that are in the arrears of taxes being paid. And usually the state would go and auction those properties off. But once we did the land bank bill, it allows each city to come back and amend the bill to add their city. So Birmingham has a land bank. We get those properties back that's in the rear of taxes being paid. Like I said, when the bill first passed, it was 5 years, and I believe Senator Coleman Madison amended it last year, a year before, to say if you're 3 years in the arrears of paying your taxes and it goes into the land bank, and under Birmingham's criteria, you pay maybe $7,000, and what the attorneys that they hire do once you pay whatever their cost is to get the properties from land bank is those lawyers go and research and make sure there's a clear title to that property before they allow citizens to come back and purchase that property through the land bank. So that's why I'm wondering, with what you're doing here, somebody's going to not know about the land bank once this is passed, and they properties, if there's other cities within the state that have established land bank, they might go back out them 5-10 years and thinking that they can redeem their property, and their property has already been sold through the land bank.
No idea. Never heard of a land bank.
But it exists in the state of Alabama, and I think when Representative from Elmore County passed, we came back and named it the Venables Land Bank Program. So it's been on the books for quite some time, and I know that as a result of it, we have a land bank in the city of Birmingham, and that's how people acquire properties. The last two bills, the bill to make allow Birmingham was passed by Senator Coleman Madison, and the amendment to say that rather than 5 years being in the rear of paying your taxes, is down to 3 years in the rear of paying your taxes, that you should be able to acquire land through the land bank. But I do think that this is going to be in conflict, and you need to check it out, because it's going to be some problems when somebody who wake up one morning, is the 5th or the 6th year, and they say, well, that's my folks' property, I'm gonna go and redeem it. And when they go to redeem the property and they learn that that property has been sold through either the state's land bank program or a city's land bank program.
Neither one here. Neither one would not be sold to a state or the city.
Yes, it will. I'm telling you, with the land bank program. Pardon?
I'm telling you, not under this bill.
I know it. That's why I'm saying with this bill, it's got to be some conflict with what the land bank does, because if they're in the rears of paying their property tax, they could go through the land bank and get that property. And like I said, I know with property tax that's were 5 years in the rear until Senator Coleman Madison amended it to say 3 years in the rear, that people could purchase that property, because each city, if they got a land bank, they get the property from the state, go into their land bank program. If a person goes to like Birmingham and look at the properties that are available that have tax delinquency on them, they can purchase those properties through the land bank.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you.
Oh, I'm just putting it on the table because it exists, and just with them being able to redeem their property through your bill, and they go to redeem their property, and their property is no longer available to be redeemed because somebody purchased it through the land bank. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
We got that way of people redeeming property that exists in the state of Alabama.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Talladega, Representative Robbins.
Hey, Chairman. Hey, Judge.
Go ahead, Mr. Robinson. Tell me about it.
So we were talking and did a little research on your bill, and the main reason, from my understanding about your bill, and we passed Representative Sell's bill about tax sales, was a U.S. Supreme Court case called Tyler v. Hennepin. And that's why we have all this in there about what to do with the overage and not possessing the property, because not correctly appropriating and having that overage, because now it needs to operate just like a mortgage sale, where if there's overage, it flows back to the owner. And so we're trying to cap that off, and that's why we're not taking possession and doing maintenance repairs, because it creates a constitutional issue now based upon that case.
And what we're trying to do is make it where the lien is that which is purchased and sold, and you can't get into the property until you get not a quick claim deed, a bill to quiet.
Perfect your title.
Yeah, which will take a bill to quiet title, which goes through the courts, through notices, through a court hearing.
Right. Well, I'm good with it. I just wanted to point out that we're doing this because the U.S. Supreme Court told us we had to do it.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Roberts.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 1 nay. BR has been adopted. Chairman Hill.
Mr. Speaker, what I've got now, we have a committee substitute. Let me explain it to you.
Yes, sir. Please do.
The initial bill gave immunity to any, or it said if you went on, you were not allowed to go on the property, but if you did, you were not liable for that which you did on there. What this committee substitute says this: unless the holder of the tax lien certificate has otherwise violated the subsection. So if you go on that property and damage that property, then you can be liable for the damage you've done to that property. That's what the sub does. It has that one sentence.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 101 ayes, 1 nay. Committee sub has been adopted. Chairman Hill.
Then I would ask for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage. That's sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 335 has passed as amended.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 318 by Representative Hassel, relating to the Interstate Compact.
Representative Hassel, you're recognized.
All right, thank you for the recognition. HB 318, this bill proposes that the Alabama Board of Social Workers Examiners to authorize to join Social Worker Licensure Compact by adopting Article 4 of Chapter 30 of Title 34 in the Code of Alabama. By doing so, it again to establish consistency in licensing criteria and facilitate the practice of social work across multiple states that are part of this compact. This would also enable licensing social workers in Alabama to easily practice in other member states and vice versa. This bill created to uniformity in licensing standard across participating states. Now with that, I ask for the BR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Hassel.
I ask for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 318. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 318 has passed.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, House Bill number 258 with substitute by Representative England relating to the simplified seller's use tax.
Chairman Lovin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're still working on this bill, trying to get all the input from the agencies and those that are participating with it. And so at this time, I make a motion we carry it over to the call of chair.
You've heard the motion to carry it over to the call of the chair. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It has been carried over. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, House Bill number 407 by Representative Pettis. It is substituted relating to taxation.
Chairman Pettis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back last year, y'all know we passed the overtime bill. Well, under the Fair Labor Standards Act, firemen that work for the cities and the counties do not work a 40-hour week. So basically what we're doing, we're exempting the firemen under the Fair Labor Standards Act. With that, I call for the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Pettis.
Have a committee sub.
Here to explain your sub.
On the committee sub, Revenue asked us to change the date on line 118 from 23 to 24.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been adopted.
Have a floor amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 407 by Representative Pettis.
Explain your amendment.
When we changed the date in the other section, we didn't change it on line 159. The effective date is January 1st of 25.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The floor amendment has been adopted.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 407 has been passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 32 of the calendar, House Bill number 320 by Representative Bedsole relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Bedsole, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill adds some clarifying language to procedures when related to juveniles who are arrested and automatic adjudicated as an adult crime. This specifically lays out the process in which those crimes could be released to the public. Under current law, A juvenile's name and image cannot be released unless there's certain court provisions or court processes. And this bill just clarifies that process out so that that information can be released at the appropriate time.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Bedsole.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there's no questions. I call for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Dallas, Representative Chestnut.
So just to get some clarification, oh, excuse me, does the gentleman yield?
Of course I do.
Just to get some clarification, so would this make it easier to release their information, or would it make it more difficult to release the information?
So I would say it would still be about the same. This law was passed, I believe, in our 2021 session that protects that information from being released too soon. We don't want to damage the reputation of a juvenile that may have been upcharged to a crime that was automatic adjudication. The bill, as written, the language put in it, stipulated that there were some court procedures in place, but it really didn't detail them out. The specific language added in here added in a preliminary hearing under 15-13-3, a indictment by a grand jury, or if there was a probable cause determination by the district or circuit court. So it just showed which that process is.
Okay, because and this is just this is under the age of what?
Yeah, so this applied to juveniles that were 16 years or older that were juvenile. Their automatic adjudication statute, and I believe that was 12-15-204. I believe it was those set of juveniles that applied in that age group.
Okay, so of course, obviously through NCIC, like law enforcement, they'll be able to find this. But what about pedestrians, average citizen? Like, would there be any? I mean, could they just go on? What is it? What's the website?
Like mugshots.com.
Mugshots.com.
Yeah.
Could they go on Mugshots and find this? Or?
So prior to the passage of the bill in the 2021 session, you may recall if a juvenile was arrested for murder, then the news media and everyone had that information because there was no law to prohibit it. When that law passed, it restricted that information. So law enforcement could not release that information. Media didn't have that information. If jails had a website that put out mugshot photos and charges, it was restricted as well. And so along the way, with some crimes that had been committed by juvenile offenders, there had been some public outcry, if you will, saying we need to know who the people you charge. The spirit of the bill was intended to be that at the appropriate time when the process took place through the court system to ensure that the juvenile was properly charged and not overcharged, that would be at the time. And so that's what this does, is clarify the processes in which that name can be released. But in theory, it shouldn't be on mugshot.com or anywhere until these things take place. And that was the spirit of the law to begin with.
Okay, so as far as like the safeguards, what are the actions that judges are required to do in order to make sure that that doesn't happen, that there isn't a leak?
Yeah, so I think the initial place where the safeguards are is at the point that the offender is first arrested. And so that initial law passed in 2021 placed those safeguards to say we don't release that information until the court has had some kind of probable cause hearing. The problem was that bill a few years ago was a little bit vague on what that looked like, so that 3 lines or so that were added into the bill specifically spells out the probable cause hearing, grand jury indictment by a grand jury that's met. So that's to ensure not just a magistrate has said that the charges are okay, but now a magistrate and a judge has said that those charges are in fact good charges for that young person.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Thank you.
Question for the body is final passage of HB 320. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 94 ayes, 1 nay. HB 320 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 290 with substitute by Representative Oliver relating to schools.
Chairman Oliver, you're recognized.
This is a bill that deals with sudden cardiac arrest and AEDs in schools. It requires the governing body of each public and non-public school to develop and implement a cardiac emergency response plan and to provide standards for a cardiac emergency response plan and to authorize the State Board of Education to adopt rules. The Heart Association has actually provided that plan, and this bill attempts to implement that. And at this time, I'd like to ask for the BR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought we, what did we pass last year or year before last that the fine gentleman, Representative Gray, championed? And I think we named the bill after someone also. So
Well, actually, we placed some bills in, or we actually placed AEDs in schools, I think with the legislation you're talking about.
And your bill does what?
It establishes a mandatory plan for schools to follow so that they know in the event you have an occasion that you have sudden cardiac arrest, the school has a plan in place for how to react.
We didn't, they added, who is talking to me? Okay, and training. Okay, all right, I just couldn't remember, and then I had to speak before somebody this summer, and I talked about Representative Gray's bill, and I think that was one of the questions relative to the training. I represent a lot of educators, and I wanted them to be aware of that particular bill, but I don't know why I thought that his bill covered the training, or it was something about his bill, but okay.
Well, there's another bill. This bill builds on current law. Coaches are required to have CPR training now.
Maybe it was the coaches. I know that I think the coaches had to have the training, or there was already, it was something to that effect, but I just wanted to make sure, since he had done so much work on this issue, and I know every now and then, sometimes, you know, other folks come behind us on bills. I've come behind individuals. I try my best not to, because I like to be my true, authentic self when I'm trying to get these bills sponsored. But I don't want to get called up to the principal office, so I'm going to stop while I am ahead today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the training, who's trained? Who will get the training? The reason I'm asking this is because I've had some concerns that come from some of my schools, especially when they don't have a full-time nurse. When they don't have a full-time nurse, which a lot, I understand schools don't have, then they appoint a teacher to be the nurse for the day. So in this situation, do they select the number of teachers that'll get the training?
They do. The American Heart Association is providing a template for the schools to actually do the training and pick out the people that are going to be responsible.
Okay, and make sure that they got somebody, because I know I've had some concerns from one of my schools. Well, they only have a part-time nurse.
Right.
Then after the nurse leave, then they have a teacher, the teacher nurse. But if the teacher nurse for the day has to leave, then you don't have anybody. So do you think that that would be one of the requirements, to make sure that they always have somebody there in the school that's able to perform whatever activities they
And
have to.
that is a requirement.
Well, it's not now, because what I'm telling you.
No, it will be a requirement.
That's what you're doing.
Right, that's what we're doing.
Because I've just recently, and I guess it just came up in a situation when the teacher nurse got sick and had to leave. The nurse was only part-time, so they was left with nobody if a child will have any type of health situation, because they have to assign the key, especially to the case where you might have medication. If you don't have a second teacher nurse assigned, then you don't have anybody in authority. So what you're trying to do is require them to come up with a process so that you'll always be covered, whether it's a heart attack or whatever is going on in this school that needs immediate attention.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Oliver.
At this time, I would like to say one thing before I ask for the vote, and that is that I've got the family of.
Before we get there, wait a minute. We got a committee sub.
Okay.
We got to adopt the
committee-
sub.
okay,
Yes, sir.
let's-
Explain your sub to us, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we just changed a little bit of the language, and this act shall be known as the John Wesley Foster Act.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the sub is naming the act. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. Chairman Oliver.
All right, and at this time, I'd like to go ahead and ask for final passage.
That is question is final passage of HB 290. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 290 has passed as sub.
And Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to open this up for co-sponsors, please.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, let's open it up for co-sponsors. Mr. Clerk, let's lock the machine. 64 co-sponsors. Resident Voller, would you like a moment for personal privilege?
I certainly would.
Granted.
At this time, I'd like to recognize the grandparents and mom of John Wesley Foster, who's in the gallery, sitting in the center right there. And I thank them so much for helping us with this bill and getting it pushed through. They are the parents that have lost a 9-year-old to sudden cardiac arrest. And that sort of brings all this home for us. So thank the body and thank the speaker, and I thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clerk, let's call up the next bill, please.
On page 36 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 168 by Senator Weaver, relating to municipalities.
There's a hassle. Pascal, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 168, it will provide all commercial development authorities in the state with an additional tool to assist them in the recruitment and retaining businesses throughout their respected areas. With that, Mr. Speaker, I request a BIR.
As questions, the BIR, clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Thank you.
Joe Lover's going to bring an amendment for a minute.
Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Pascal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just to clarify, under current law, the CDAs, they can only engage in commercial development, such as for shopping centers or similar facilities with 2 or more commercial enterprises. This bill would just expand that definition to where you have standalone enterprises, such as restaurants, facilities, and so forth. And also, I expect a friendly amendment coming soon.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 168 by Representative Lovern.
Chairman Lovern.
Yes, sir. This bill would amend the law to allow commercial development authorities to develop single commercial enterprise, and it helps clarify that definition through the SEEDS Act. And I think I hope that'd be a friendly amendment.
Yes, it is.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. The sponsor considers it a friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted. Representative Pascal.
Mr. Speaker, I motion for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Oh, you gotta get her a copy. Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure I was clear. The amendment that was presented, what is it doing?
Okay, the amendment, it clarifies that a commercial development authority.
So where's that found? I was reading something else. So
Okay, do you have a copy of the amendment?
We're on Senate Bill 168, right?
Yeah.
Where on 168? Did we get that? Is on the 4th page? Is
Yes.
that where?
Do you have a copy of the amendment?
No, I don't. I was busy doing something else when all right. This amendment is longer than your bill.
Now, just to summarize what the amendment does, it clarifies that a commercial development authority cannot receive a site development grant under the SEEDS Act for a single commercial enterprise. This portion of the code we passed last year. This is just to clarify some language in that.
Right. So when I look on the amendment, so we're going to line 24. Which is on page 1. So this is where you're including, it says there a project to include a single commercial enterprise. And then you're amending. May I ask, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman that brought the amendment to yield so I could ask a question, please?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Okay.
Chairman Lovern.
Where'd he go?
If you would, talk with Ms. Hall just a minute.
I would ask you to yield to.
I gave her a copy of my
me.
amendment. Do you still have that?
So I have the amendment. So the bill is already included, or says to future define the project to include a single commercial enterprise, and then the project to include a commercial enterprise. What are we doing?
It's adding another definition of what that commercial development authority would look like to allow that to both provisions relate to the same subject of site development
Okay,
grants.
stop right there. Is that what this is doing here? Lines 5 through 12, the commercial development would look like grant. It talks about providing development grants. It doesn't indicate what it would look like based on what you were saying. I read this as it's authorizing the fact that you will be able to be awarded grants. Is that what I'm understanding?
It would be. It would clarify that a commercial development authority cannot receive a site development grant under the SEEDS Act for a single commercial enterprise except in certain circumstances. So it would clarify that. addition amendment.
Okay, what are those circumstances then? What, maybe I'm missing that.
They're the ones listed in the original bill, and this would put it into that.
So in the bill right here, go ahead. There.
Well, see, this is the key thing here. We passed this last year.
So you're talking about the section, I'm missing a part then, what I'm looking for probably.
Okay, we can get you a
Is
copy of
the
that piece.
section that is being amended doesn't show on here. I'm just, when it said that for a single site, it's already included, it was in the original, and it's in here, which it should be in the sub, but based on what I read, I'm not processing what I think I heard. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and we want to make sure to get clarification. They've got my only copy, or I would show it with you on there, and
That's
so.
different than this.
So.
It's-
Really what we're doing here, that's a separate code. We passed that bill last year. And so there's some
All right, seeing on the back page, that commercial development authority being defined.
Right, okay, all right.
It just helps further define that so that the qualifications line up with what's in the SEEDS Act.
So when that was the innovation that we put in place a couple of years ago, the SEEDS Act.
SEEDS Act, yes, ma'am.
And this section, what I was looking for is making sure that I was clear that this is a section that is establishing that you could have a singular building like a mall, or it didn't have to necessarily be a mall, but it could be like a strip mall.
It could be that in section just.
Falls into the definition, which is, and when you define this, how would you define it? As this that I find on lines 129 through 135?
You're saying on line 35?
I got it. I'm looking at the original. I got
Sure,
it.
you got it? Okay. Just want to make sure you get the right answers.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I call for final passes.
That is questions. Final passes as amended, SB 168. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. Nay, some ayes, 0 nays. SB 168 as amended has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
member.
gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 382 with substitute by Representative Paramore related to competitive bidding.
Representative Paramore, before you start, I got somebody in the gallery I'd like to recognize. From Fowl River, Alabama, Jeannie and Michael Zimlick, the parents of our Paige Delane. Let's give them a big hand. They're guest of Chip Brown, Representative Chip Brown. Thank y'all for being with us today. Representative Paramore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill basically just streamlines the process for the competitive bids and basically changes it from $5,000 on grants and contracts to $25,000, and then streamlines mainly the protest part from 14 days to a lower amount. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Paramore.
Mr. Speaker, there is a committee sub.
Care to explain it?
Yes, sir. The committee sub was basically technical in nature. The House version and the Senate version didn't match up, so we had already dropped the House version, so they had to do a substitute. The main part was there were two words in two places in the bill that referred to Title 39. It struck those out because this only deals with Title 41. And with that, I ask for the adoption of the committee sub.
Okay, you have heard the explanation of the committee sub. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask the gentleman, he's eliminating the comparative bid on 5,000 and then you taking it to 25,000.
Yes, sir.
Does that mean I can do anything under 25,000 without a bid, right?
Under this section, yes, sir.
Was there a need for that?
Well, the cost of things now, everything's way over $5,000, so there's not many contracts out there anymore that's that low of an amount.
Will you answer that question again?
Ditto.
That's a bad reason for changing it because the contracts are less than 5. It's just, I don't know. I've been around too long, I guess. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is the adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted.
And Mr. Speaker, we do have a floor amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 382 by Representative Paramore.
Representative Paramore, explain your amendment, please.
Yes, sir. The original bill did have a provision in there where the reports would then be done annually instead of by contract basis. We took that annual thing out and went back to contract by contract basis. And that's all it's doing.
Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond, speaking on the amendment. Okay, you've heard the explanation of the floor sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The floor floor amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I ask for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Just clarify something for me in the bill itself. This is going to revise the protest of a contract, and so tell me how would that work?
Right now, it's 14 days. You have 14 days to file a formal protest. What this is now going to do is, in the first 5 days, you can just file a simple letter of protest, and then you have an additional 7 days to do a formal protest. It doesn't take the formal protest away. It just streamlines it down. Currently, if I get a contract or a grant with a university or a two-year school or another agency, if there are no protests, I have to wait 14 days in order to start that work, no matter what. This would allow that after 5 days, if nobody's filed a letter of intent to protest, we can go ahead and start the process and start the work.
So for our chief procurement officer, which we passed the bill a couple of sessions ago, they would not will this supersede the Administrative Procedures Act that we included in that bill?
Not that I'm aware of. No, ma'am.
So they would still have to adhere to the requirements in that act?
Yes, ma'am. That's my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
And what was the minimum again? I think you said 15,000? What did you say?
From 5,000 to 25,000. Puts it in line with a lot of the others. That's already been changed.
A lot of the others.
A lot of other bids and contracts that are already, those levels have been changed. This just takes this section and moves it.
Question for the body now is passage of HB 382 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 382 is passed as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 392 by Representative Robbins relating to motor vehicles.
Representative Robbins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a bill related to the transfer of motor vehicle titles upon the death of an individual. Currently, the way the system works is the first person to the courthouse with the death certificate gets the title. So what we are going to require now is you have to either, one, probate the estate, two, file a summary distribution, which is a small claims estate, or C, get an affidavit signed by every single heir that we are the heirs of the estate and are entitled to this personal property. And we'll also add that there will be a penalty of perjury if you're lying on your affidavit. So with that, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Reverend Ingram.
I was going to bring them. You bring them in. You can do it if you want to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a good bill. Being in the car business, I've seen people come down and try to sell us cars, and it would be hereafter about it after different family members after we try to buy it. But thank you for bringing the bill. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 99 ayes, 1 nay. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Robbins.
And Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to the bill. This was
clerk see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 392 by Representative Robbins.
Representative Robbins.
The amendment is just simply that if you are if you're the purchaser of a vehicle and you rely upon that affidavit, there's no liability on you. And as a good faith purchaser, they cannot take the vehicle back from you as long as you're a good faith purchaser.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 98 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has passed. Representative Robbins.
And with that, I move for final passage as amended.
That is questions final passage as amended. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, I will.
Tell me a little bit about this penalty. You talked about the penalty of perjury for lying on your affidavit. What's that penalty?
Well, perjury is always I'm trying to remember exactly what perjury is. Commits perjury in the third degree pursuant to section 13A 10103 Code of Alabama. And I can't tell you exactly what level of classification perjury is, but it tells you that you will be committing the crime of perjury.
So if you fill out this affidavit and you will be charged with perjury, and we're going to vote on it, and we don't even know what the penalty.
You will not be charged. You only get charged if a district attorney chooses to punish you. And in reality, a district attorney most likely will never punish someone for filling out this affidavit incorrectly. I would say you would have a 1 in a gazillion chance that you would actually get there any punitive action. Really, the point of it is to present a warning. So let me give you an example, Napoleon. Like me or you, we're brothers, all right? our dad dies or our mom dies, and I rush to the courthouse, to the tag office, and I say, I got the death certificate, give me the title. They'd say, okay, it says you're the son. Well, I then go sell it. I just made $5,000, $10,000 and you get nothing. You would have to sue me to get that money back if that was the only asset, at which point I might not have any money left. And so that's what I'm trying to prevent, and just put a warning on there, because anytime you, truthfully, that warning, anytime you lie under oath, an affidavit is sworn testimony, you commit the crime of perjury. So that's an affidavit, signing an affidavit under oath is the crime of perjury. And I mean, we could strike that language if you want to, but by having a sworn affidavit, it's under oath anyway.
Right, and it just seemed a little excessive, especially if we're not gonna actually push for that as some form of punishment. And I understand the part about saying, hey, this is a warning, you need to make sure that you do this and be in compliance and do the right thing. But to say that a person is committing perjury based off of an affidavit, and we know people that usually fill out affidavits are not people that fill out affidavits all the time.
You're right, but people that take the stand don't take the stand every day. And when you take the stand or you sign under oath, you were swearing and testifying. That's testimony, and you're swearing that that is the truth.
Right.
And so even if it's stamped by a notary,
you're
that's you
exactly
testifying
right.
the
But the difference is, I think any layperson that we would ask, they would probably say that being under the oath in a courtroom, they would look at that a little bit different than being under oath signing an affidavit. I don't think people really look at that. You may as a professional, but I don't think everyday citizens look at that as the same.
No, they probably don't, but they should.
Right, they should, but they don't have the expertise and the qualifications and the experience that you have on a day-to-day basis to say that this is where I should be, because they don't do this every day. This is not something that they do every day. So to put in a crime of perjury on something, most people would think that the only time that they could commit a crime of perjury would be as if they lied under oath in a courtroom. I don't think everyday citizens would think that they would be committing a crime of perjury filling out an affidavit. I just don't think just regular everyday people. I don't have a major problem with what you got going on, but the committing of the crime of perjury to me is a little far-fetched.
Yeah, I understand your issue. I mean, and I see where you're coming from, but I mean, one, even like I said, if we didn't have it in the bill, the person would still be committing perjury if they lied on a sworn affidavit.
What would be the penalty? But you wouldn't be trying to go forward and prosecute or have some level of penalty placed on that person. It's like this is adding an extra layer to put some form of penalty on a person for their action that they took on the affidavit, when you're basically saying something's already in place, but this is putting something extra layer on it.
Well, no, what I'm saying is we will be making it a sworn affidavit where now it's basically giving you a warning label. It's saying that, hey.
Well, why not? Let's just give them a warning.
Well, because it's not equitable and fair. It's not equitable to someone to basically take, if all that person has when they die is a car worth $5,000, $10,000, why is it fair for me to beat you to the courthouse and take all the money?
I'm not saying that it's not fair, but you said yourself that it's one in a gazillion chance that a person would get prosecuted on this. So why are we putting it into a law to say that this person can get prosecuted on this when we're knowing that we're not even doing that? But to the naked eye of a regular person that, works in Parks and Recreation at the city hall, they don't know the difference in, when you say committing perjury, they think that, I swear and affirm I'm under oath in a courtroom. They look at something totally different.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like when you're driving on the road and you see that sign that says speed limit checked by aircraft. You know it's not. You know there's not really a plane flying above you checking it. But the point is, you see that sign and maybe
I've never seen that. But if I saw it, I probably would look up.
Right. The point is to slow you down. The point is that our district attorneys are already stretched so thin with everything else they're already doing, they would have that right. But just like anything, there is prosecutorial discretion. So the prosecutor could
So we're
decide.
gonna leave this. So we're gonna leave a person filling out this affidavit to the discretion, and then we don't even we just even basically say that we're not even sure what the penalty is.
Well, let me just ask you this. Do you think, again, let's just say, use that example, me and you were brothers. I go to the courthouse and the car was a truck worth, car worth $80,000. I transfer the title, then I sell it to someone and I get $80,000 in my pocket. And I don't give you a penny because now the title is in my name, even though that was a asset of one of our parents.
Okay.
That should have been equitably divided. But I got the title because I just raced notice almost. I raced and beat you there. Do you think that there should be some punitive approach to me for basically stealing $40,000 from you?
So is that not an action that can be taken up as a civil matter?
It could be taken as a civil matter.
Okay.
But again, the issue would be sometimes
So
these cars.
if I'm your brother, would I take that up as a civil matter or a criminal matter with you? I'm your brother, right?
Well, you could do both.
You said but I'm your brother, so what is my goal? Is my goal to try to get my 50% of the income back? Or is my goal to try for you to go to prison for what you did and me get my...
Well, what I'm saying is you have both routes. But again, you can't squeeze blood out of a turnip. So I use another example. One of the reasons this issue came to me. So I had a client, his brother was on meth. He went to the tag office, got the truck transferred to his name, sold 2 trucks to a scrap dealer, put the money in his pocket, and then went and got high for the next couple days. My client came to me and I said, well, what are you going to get? I mean, and we're not talking about a lot of money, but it's just not fair. And it's not fair to him, and it's not fair. I mean, I
understand what you're saying, and I know I only have a little over a minute left, so I guess I'm just going to ask you this. Because you said, well, if I didn't agree with it, do you have heartburn about an amendment on it, or do you want do you feel like this just need to stay the way that it is? I want to be for this, right? I don't want to be the only person to vote no on this.
Yeah,
that's where I am right now, because I feel like we're overreaching on something that I think regular everyday people do not look at this the same as you do.
I mean, I understand, but it's the same thing. And if I'm on a road, Laurie, I'm on a road I've never been on before, and I don't know the speed limit is 25, and I'm going 35, I can still get pulled over. My argument isn't, well, I didn't know the speed limit was 25. I've never been here before. They'd say, oh, well,
yes or no,
you should know.
Would you consider that a friendly amendment?
What is your amendment?
Well, we talked about removing the perjury language.
I mean, I don't think we need to do that.
Okay.
The whole point of it is to give that warning so you don't lie on that affidavit.
Okay, well, once this passed, will you give me the penalty for the perjury? Because that's right now.
Yeah, I should have come.
Right now,
I just couldn't.
Everybody's about to vote on something that we don't even know the penalty for. And that's extreme. That's extreme.
I'm not exactly sure. I don't want to tell you wrong because then I've told you the wrong thing. But I'm pretty sure I know.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Calhoun, Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Robbins, my license commissioner from back home, just called me a while ago and was raised in hell about this bill. And he says it's the worst bill he's seen in a long time. He said this bill is actually for attorneys and not for the individual out there. And I know you're an attorney, and I'm not saying nothing about it because I'm a long ways from that. So I just wanted, he wouldn't stop till I said, okay, I'll go down and tell him what I said.
Well, I understand, and I would not say this bill is for attorneys because you can still file an affidavit and go totally outside the court system. And I understand, his issue, but I'd also ask him, does he think it's fair that people basically steal and take assets that should belong to all the heirs?
Well, we can pass all the laws in the world, and you can't stop people from stealing or killing or anything else.
No,
that's just going to happen.
You can't. And truthfully, this bill still provides that if you file an affidavit and you lie if you don't tell the truth in the affidavit, there's no penalty to the person that purchases the vehicle.
I've been in his office a good bit, and like I said, they make sure they got all their ducks in a row before they'll apply for a new title for anyone on it. So I don't know how it is in your area, but I'm just going by his. He's been there a long time. He just keeps getting elected. So
I understand. And I talked to the tag office in Coosa, the probate judge who runs the tags in Coosa County, and he was very supportive of this bill. He's the one that actually gave me some ideas on it. And so I don't know. He has.
okay. Well, I'll have to be with the other representatives and vote no on your bill, but
Oh, that's fine. You can vote no.
We're still friends and everything like that, but
Right.
I want to pass that on to you. Thank
Right.
you.
As long as I
Thank you,
get more
Mr. Speaker.
green, I'm okay.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Baldwin, Representative Simpson.
I just wanted to help Representative Bracy with his research from this issue. If someone commits the crime of perjury by simply swearing falsely, that's a Class B misdemeanor, which is up to 180 days in jail. If someone lies to a public servant, which is not the issue of your bill, then that is a Class A misdemeanor. If someone testifies falsely in an official proceeding, which again is not part of your bill, that is a Class C felony. But the only thing that your bill would address is swearing falsely,
Right.
which would be a Class B Class B misdemeanor.
Right.
Class B misdemeanor.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Winston, Representative Wadsworth.
Just have a question. If you're the owner of the car, it just requires all the people that are heirs to that to sign the affidavit, right?
Correct.
And our probate judge, what she does is, if all the people don't come sign or do anything, then the result is they got to file the petition. But you don't have to file a petition if all the people that are really truly heirs to the property sign the affidavit.
Correct.
It's a good bill. It saves a lot of time, and it gets the funds to the people that need to be entitled to.
Right, without having to file an estate.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan.
I'm just simply up here observing. I was not in tune to what your bill did or does or what have you. So would you just enlighten me, since I've seen all these learned attorneys get up here and others to speak in opposition for the most part. So what is this bill?
So this bill is when an individual passes away and they own a motor vehicle.
Are they dying intestate or not? So obviously,
Most likely it's your intestate. So basically, you have no will. You've not named who's going to get or who's going to own the vehicle. So you have no will. You own a vehicle, multiple vehicles, it doesn't matter. So you either, as the heirs, have to either probate the estate of that decedent, or do a summary distribution, or get an affidavit signed by all of the heirs.
unless they do a waiver.
Well, I mean, a waiver would be,
If
that would be signing the affidavit, but you could do a waiver on the probation of the estate.
Exactly.
Or on the summary distribution.
Exactly. But so I get that. I mean, I deal with the states all night and day in the back of my head. So I'm still trying to understand what you're doing now. What are you trying to do now?
Because I don't know how your county is, but I've talked with several tag offices, and I represent Talladega and Coosa counties. I've talked with the tag offices there that all you do now, if let's say you've passed away, you own a vehicle, you didn't own any real property, so we don't have to probate your estate. So what someone would do is just walk in with a death certificate, and the title would be transferred to that individual. So even if you have multiple heirs, the tag would be transferred to just one heir.
Now, I don't know how y'all do it in your county, but if it's subject to the estate, whether it be property or the car or what have you, and someone petitions, I'm assuming that this is an instance where someone will petition for letters of administration as it relates to whatever the assets that remain in the estate of the testate or the person who died in testate or what have you. So I've never seen it where somebody come up and say, well, they didn't own property, but they owned a car, so therefore we don't have to do anything with the remainder or the residue, because that would be considered the residue of the estate. So I'm missing something.
You know, if you were doing a full probation of an estate, so if you do not, so you have a couple of options. One, you do a full probation. That means, you know, they owned real property and their assets, they had assets in the state. Or if you own no real property and you basically what is a small estate, a summary distribution, you can do a summary distribution, which would be like you own one car. But see, what is happening is people are not doing summary distributions or probating the estate, and they're just going to tag offices with a death certificate and says, I am the heir, and the tag is being transferred to that individual.
Now, again, I don't know what's going on in these smaller towns, but I know you cannot walk up in the Jefferson County Courthouse and do that.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't
Now,
go
I don't
to.
know
You
what-
should.
And this is more of an administration problem in following the law, because they're not going to just let you bring that title unless there's something that attaches that gives you an entitlement to that car. And a death certificate does not do that.
No, you're right.
There has to be someone that can show proof of letters of administration in order to do that.
You're completely right.
I've never heard of that.
You're right, and it's happening, and the Department of Revenue's rules actually say that they will transfer title.
That
And
means,
so-
I don't necessarily.
And so that's the point of my bill, is to force you to either go through the probate process, or I'm still giving people an out, where if they get an affidavit, which would be a waiver, in essence, signed by all the heirs, that this is mom and dad's only asset, so we're all going to agree to sell the vehicle and not go through the probation of an
But then that
estate.
usurps what going through the probate process is for. Because the probate process is a process that is designed that if you die, whether testate or intestate, and you leave an estate, and regardless of what the value of that estate is, the court said there should be a fair and equal distribution of that particular estate. That's the process.
Correct.
So I'm confused that you're saying that in counties, this shouldn't be a bill that we're bringing for this. We should have a bill that mandates that these probate judges do right or follow the law or prescribe to a process under the law within their purview as judges, because I've never heard of that.
Right.
You can, like I said, a lot of things you can say about Jefferson County, but you're not gonna walk up in there and say that you own this, and you're gonna show how you got this, if it was a devise or a bequeath or whatever, or even if the person died without a will. So regardless if you died intestate or testate, somebody is gonna have to show how they acquired that property, whether it be a car or whether it be land. So I'm just totally floored that you're standing here today to tell me that this is an operation that is going on within certain areas.
Yeah, I know, because the probate code is very clear.
I mean, the law is the law.
And that's what bothered me, is the probate code is extremely clear on how, when an individual passes away, how their assets should be divided.
And I'm not debating you, because like I said, when I haven't had time to treat a bill, I come here and I say that I've not read it, I've not whatever, and I try to be as learned or as have reviewed, done my just due, and when I haven't, I stand here and I say I haven't.
Well, I just appreciate your questions, because you're completely right.
I do this
you're
for a
completely
living.
right.
I know I got 5 files on my desk right now from some folks that I got to get back to try to get taken care of before I get in trouble.
Yeah, but you're completely right. When someone passes away, we have a entire code section on probate. And
not only
we
that,
have been operating the motor vehicles outside of that section. And I'm just trying to say, all right, let's do this through the code section, but to prevent some people from having to have the expense of probate, we'll let all of the heirs sign off an agreement with an affidavit.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to my judge, judge of probate, and look, my judge of probate is a Republican, and he's not running this time. But let me tell you something, that man, I love Judge Nafta, and I hate that, and I share it with my good friends that are running for that position. I mean, he's not running because he knew as a Republican he couldn't win in Jefferson County, but that man is phenomenal. And I mean the utmost respect. And I'm gonna have to talk with him, because if it's something that's slipping like that in Jefferson County, as much hell as we have to go through to try to get letters of administration, or if they pass the 45-day time period, of course, at that point, you gotta request a renunciation from the county administrator and all of that. So I would just like to know, and I'm gonna definitely check next, as soon as I hit Birmingham, to see, because I also take a lot of appointments as far as GAL administrator at Lightem and all of that stuff like that, and as well as I serve as an advocate in those involuntary committal cases. But this right here is a tough one for me, because like I said, this is a thing of the judges doing how these probate courts are administered. But I understand things happen differently in the small city versus the big city. But this is disturbing for me to hear. I don't have a dog in the fight one way or the other, but I don't see why we need this bill, because there is something in the law already, and these folks need to do their jobs. So why are we bringing a bill when this is clearly outside the boundaries of the law, what they're doing? I don't understand that, and that's very disturbing.
Right.
To me.
It's because the Department of Revenue has created a rule that allows it to happen, so I'm trying to pass a law to force them to follow.
We need to have a conversation with the Department of Revenue and the probate judge that this is going on, because I know you can't go up in Jefferson County and do it. It's a lot of things you can do, but not that.
Question for the body now is final passage of HB 392. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 93 ayes, 5 nays. HB 392 is passed as amended.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, body.
gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 59 by Senator Orr, relating to education.
Chairman Lovern, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a very simple bill that would add to our already existing health classes going on in our schools. It would add for them to provide CPR and AED training. And with that, I'd ask for the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I'd ask for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 59. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 59 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, House Bill number 92 with substitute by Representative Stubbs, relating to civil practice.
Representative Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has to do with asbestos litigation and pertains to overnaming defendants. And with that, I ask for the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Stubbs.
Mr. Speaker, we do have a committee substitute from the Judiciary Committee where we modified some references. We changed plaintiff's affidavit to attestation throughout the bill just to reflect the agreement we had with all the parties involved.
So you heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. Representative Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I ask for final passage of.
That's the question is final passage of HB 92. As sub, clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Okay, Mr. Clerk, let's call up a message from the Senate. I think it's HB 87.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 87, signed Patrick Harris, Secretary.
Chairman Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur.
Okay, you care to explain the changes to us?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Just some technical changes that cleared up some of the language. Nothing big.
You heard the explanation. It's technical in nature. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Now, you know I'm nosy. Thank you.
I know you are.
And so what is the technical and what's not too big, or what are we doing?
Well, this bill, if you recall, allows airports to go into public-private partnerships.
Yes, sir.
So this had just some grammatical errors and a few things that they needed to clean up. And so it doesn't change the intent that allow, say, Huntsville to go into a joint venture or public-private partnership.
Could you give me an example of what you considered something?
I don't have it in front of me, to be honest with you.
Oh, I mean, seriously, now, I really do like to know what they did, even though
Sure,
90% of the time, I'm probably going to agree. But I just think that we need to be given that. If you do that on the front end, I won't come and ask any questions, I promise.
Well, they changed, like on, just as an example, on line 27, page 1, it just clarified, section A says an airport authority is authorized to participate in, and then it's...
And the airport authorities, this bill was allowing airport authorities to participate in what?
A public-private partnership.
Oh, right, okay,
Yes,
so...
So that, and then on replace lines 44 through 46 on page 2 of the following, incidental to the operation of the authority, corporation, partnership, or joint venture. So it just simply just
So it
spelled out
spells
we
out
had
what
passed.
that
Yes, ma'am.
private may be.
Yes, ma'am.
And
It made no substantive changes to the
It did, but those changes were there just for my,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, it just cleared it up and made it.
It
Yes,
made
ma'am.
it better for me. I understand it much better. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The question for the body is concurrence of HB 87. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 87 has been concurred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
members.
gentlemen. All right, Ms. Clerk, let's call the next bill out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 161, signed Patrick Harris, Secretary.
Representative Moore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there was just an amendment that was put on that gave protections to the website developers regarding AI so they could not be put into a lawsuit if someone else does anything with that content. And so it is a favorable amendment, and I ask that we concur.
Okay, that is questions concurrence to the bill. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes, 98 ayes, 0 nays. HB 161 has been concurred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Or,
Mr. Clerk, let's pull 127 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 127, signed Patrick Harris, Secretary.
Chairman Pettis.
Members, this is the leg monitoring bill. What we did in the Senate, it changed from a Class C felony to a Class D felony. That was the only change.
Okay, you heard the explanation of the change. The sponsor wants to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 27 has passed as concurred upon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, let's call HB 42, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate as amended is therein shown and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 42, signed Patrick Harris, Secretary.
Representative Givens.
Mr. Speaker, I move to concur.
You care to explain to us the changes?
Beg your pardon. I'm sorry, my head stopped up.
The changes, what do you know what the changes are?
Yes. All it is just cleaning the language up from what we had passed. And so the DA's Association wanted to change to make sure it just really was legal to say under the age of 19. That's all it does.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the change. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 42 has been concurred.
Thank you.
Thank the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, having agreed to meet Thursday morning at 9 a.m., I move the House stand in adjournment.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.